welcome everyone to the Columbus Comics Corner podcast, episode 22 for the comics released on February 22nd. My name is Ryan. With me is Alan. We're here to talk comics, but before we do that, we have some show stuff to get out of the way. As always, you can get all of our podcast episodes at columbuscomicscorner.podbean.com. You can follow us at Twitter at ComicsCornerPod. You can also email us at columbuscomicscorner@gmail.com. If you'd like for your email to be read on the air, we will do so. Just mark as read, or mark okay to read, or all that jazz. But also, you can get our episodes on iTunes. You can subscribe and rate and review us there. We'd greatly appreciate the feedback. But before we get to the comics, we are a spoilers podcast. So if you have not read the books in the show notes, make sure you hit pause, go read those books, come back to us. Or if you just want to hear us talk about the books, thank you for hanging out. And thank you for hanging out when you come back to listen to us. But how are you doing, Alan?
I'm doing good. I'm ready to get into this third giant-sized episode, which I guess this is the end of our event.
Yeah.
our first official event.
They dropped so many good books on us this past week. Some good,
Ooh.
some not so good. But we had a lot to talk about. And I think we'll see. I kind of looked ahead next week to see what we got going on. It's a pretty slow week, I think. But maybe we need that for now.
Yeah, because April and March and everything's right around the corner.
Yeah, so many events and so many other titles coming out.
Oh yeah.
But before that too, we did. By the time you're hearing this, we have our movie corner episode on Dread 3D, which I should mention to you as well, Alan. Looks like we're finally going to be talking about BVS, the extended cut, based on the fan poll.
Ooh, yeah. I'm down to talk about that. I always tout the extended cut over the theatrical cut of that movie. We may have to talk off air, but I might be doing the same thing for Suicide Squad because I just got the Suicide Squad extended cut.
Did you?
I have not watched it yet, but I might have to watch that and get back with you and tell you if it's in the same vein as BVS extended cut.
But yes, we'll get to that at some point. And yes, we also, by the time you're hearing this, we'll have our Talking Legion episode 3 out as well, which we just finished up. So yeah, those will be in the feed as well. So yeah, if you do have any feedback, definitely leave us a review. We'd greatly appreciate it. But before we get into the comics, we do have some news. And starting off with the entertainment news, I'll let you take it.
Well, as most of the comic book community and the rest of the known world probably knows right now, it was announced that Matt Reeves will be directing the Batman movie. For those who don't know, Matt Reeves has actually worked on a few movies that I'm sure a lot of people have actually seen. One being Cloverfield and another one being Dawn of the Planet of the Apes. He also was an executive producer on 10 Cloverfield Lane, and he directed and co-wrote War for the Planet of the Apes.
Yeah, it's about time they figured this out.
Yeah.
All this back and forth craziness.
I think this might be a good fit.
Yeah, I've seen 10 Cloverfield Lane. I really like that movie a lot. But yeah, I mean, I look forward to it. As long as things are set over there, that's all we can hope for, and kind of just go from there.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I was getting a little disappointed with Warner Brothers / DC as of lately because so many of their movies have been having so many issues, except for Aquaman. Like Aquaman seems to be the only movie
on track
that has had 0 issues. It's right on track. Like there's nothing. No, like there has been no problems with Aquaman. Everything else seems to be delayed, or a director stepped out, or a writer stepped off, or something. But Aquaman, of all people, Aquaman.
I think that has to do with James Wan being with WB for a while now, doing the Conjuring movies. I believe that's his horror thing that he's doing.
Okay.
There's been like 2 is it Conjuring? I want to say it's the Conjuring. It's one of like the bigger horror movies that are out right now, that franchise. But he has like 2 or 3 of those out right now, and he has his own production company. So I know those have made money for WB.
Yeah.
So that's probably why they're like, do what you do. We won't mess with you, but for some reason we'll mess with everything else.
Oh yeah, we're gonna mess everything up. That and WB is probably like is Aquaman. So I mean,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know, Aquaman is still the butt of a lot of jokes, and it's like
a
so
lot.
they're like, let's focus on this. Even though funniest thing, I was picking up some comic books yesterday, and there was a young man in front of me. He might have been like maybe 13, 14. He was picking up Injustice. And he got to talking with the clerk about Injustice, and she was talking about she needs to read it, and they were talking about the games and everything. And
Hmm.
obviously, this is one of those instances where an outside medium got somebody to go into the store, like he was getting the book based off of loving the game, which I love to see stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
Getting the fans in there based off of the movies, games, whatever. And so they're talking, and it came up that Aquaman was the clerk's favorite character in the game, and I just had to pipe up and comment that Aquaman is a cheating character in Injustice. Um, I have vivid memories of playing that game, and I was running through the game in story mode, and I was beating everybody and destroying everybody in the game. Then I got the Aquaman, and he's just he was just.
The Beast.
This is how Aquaman's supposed to be. Yeah, I'm like, this is how Aquaman's supposed to be. Everyone's always cracking jokes about Aquaman. Aquaman's really a good character.
Yeah, I've been wanting to read the new Rebirth stuff because I am a fan of Dan Abnett, who's writing it.
Mm-hmm.
So I would like to check it out soon.
Yeah, well, I just think it's crazy that, like I said, out of all the characters that are having issues with movies, the Aquaman movie is the only one that's right on track.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we still, the Batman movie is so far away. So we definitely do have other things to worry about than a director right now for the movie. I mean, it's cool to hear. I hope he sticks around. And I'm going to feel bad for him when he goes on press junkets for any other movie that he does prior. That's all.
Oh yeah.
That's all he's going to get now.
War for Planet of the Apes. When he does the press junkets for that, it's going to be crazy.
Oh yeah.
Well, I think it shouldn't be like this, but it is.
It shouldn't. Right
now, with the DC extended universe, the big thing that everyone should really be talking about should be Justice League. Like that should be the big. Oh my goodness! Like just like when Avengers came out, like yeah, they had other Marvel movies, but Avengers was that big. It was the deal.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like Batman is more of a big deal than the Justice League movie.
And that probably because he's the longest running WB on film character as well. So he has so much love behind him. So a lot of people. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I was gonna say that, and Ben Affleck did such a good job in BVS playing Batman. But still, you would think that just like everyone was amazed that there was going to be an Avengers movie, people should be more amazed that we're finally getting a Justice League movie, and it's going to have all the heavy hitters, give or take Green Lantern and Martian Manhunter, obviously. But it's just crazy that that's outshining the Justice League movie to me. I mean, I get why. I do understand why. Batman right now is the biggest thing at DC. Like that's whether it be film, whether it be animated features and everything. Like I'm pretty sure Batman's probably have the most animated TV shows based off of him. And like you just said, he's Warner Brothers superhero franchise that's has appeared on screen probably the most. So, I mean, I get why, but it's just crazy to me still at the same time. As a comic fan, it's crazy to me.
It is crazy, yeah. I mean, and in no way or form are we in, denial that there are issues wrong with Warner Brothers and the DC movie talks or whatever. But all we can do as fans is just, sit back and just hope. And not really hope, but just sit back and just see what they bring us, or see what they give us.
Because hopefully eventually they'll get it.
Yeah, I mean, we can, as fans, we can demand, but, we just hope that, they do hear us, at least with their input as well, so.
Well, I mean, they must have heard something because there's a dramatic change between what they've been putting out and what they tried to put out when they did Green Lantern, so.
Right.
We got somewhere.
Yeah, we need to get I do hope we see a Wonder Woman trailer come, this week, or maybe next week, because I wouldn't mind seeing another trailer for that because it has been a while and that's kind of coming up soon.
Yeah, and they've already done I think screenings and stuff for it already. There's already been
And
like screening for critics and people and everything. So
word.
I mean, we need to get something. I
Yeah.
don't care what has been said. I know some people may be listening to this that have actually read some of the articles about, the reviews from the screening. I don't care what was said. I just want another trailer.
Right. Yeah. I mean, with Logan coming out this week, that'd be a perfect time to drop a trailer while that superhero movie's coming out.
I don't know. Normally, I would agree with you 100% and say yes, but the feedback and everything that's been coming off of that Logan movie, I'm not sure I would even want to attempt it. If it wasn't a superhero movie that was connected to Fox, I don't think I would attempt it.
That's the thing, though. WB needs to be ballsy and not be scared of that. You know what I mean?
They can't. Look what happened with BVS and was it Civil War or was it not Civil War? It was it was Civil War.
Civil War probably.
It was Civil War. Civil War had their date locked in of when they were going to drop that movie, and then they had been teasing this Batman v Superman movie, and then they announced the date, and they had the guts to say it was going to be the same day that Civil War dropped, and Marvel was like, okay, well go ahead, we're putting Civil War up against Batman. And Warner Brothers flinched and pushed it back. They flinched and pushed it back. Like, yeah, we're just move this back here.
Well, that's I understand them on that level a little bit, just because that is one of their first ones.
But they went balls to the wall with that though, because that should have been the biggest superhero movie to ever come out.
Should have been. Oh, we'll get to that. We'll get to that.
Oh, we will, but I'm just saying, like, that just shows if they flinched on that, then, and that's like their two heavy hitters over at DC. They're not going to be that gutsy to be like, yeah, we're going to put Wonder Woman out when Logan drops, and Logan's got all this critical praise and everything. Like, that movie has almost 100% ratings from critics and fans. Like,
yeah, I mean, I'll see it when I believe it, though. I'll see it when I believe it.
True. I'm with you. I would definitely. I don't like to believe the hype ahead of time, but I have to admit the movie does look good.
Yeah, I mean, I've blacked out since the first trailer, so I'm like, I'm good. I can wait from now.
I have not blacked out. I don't remember if I said I was going to or not, but I have not, and they've released. The last one that I saw was a rehash of the second trailer they dropped, I believe, except at the beginning they put like some leaked behind the scenes lab footage of when they were actually creating X-23.
Yeah, I saw it still, and then I skipped it right away.
Oh my goodness, it is awesome.
Oh yeah.
It's like 15 seconds of stuff, like 15 or maybe 20 seconds of stuff from the lab, but it's enough to have you like, oh, I need to see this right now.
But to wrap it back around to Matt Reeves, he is in a lab. He's in a lab doing something right now.
Yeah,
making some deals, making some executive decisions. I hope on his and working with Jeff Johns and Ben Affleck.
Well, he's on there as director and co-producer.
Okay.
So he is going to be making some deals behind the scenes.
Good. In
the lab, like you said, to get this movie, as good as it can be.
No doubt. But yeah, we will. We'll get there in 2020 probably. I imagine. But we have way more movies to watch before then.
Oh yeah.
I.e. Black Panther. But we do have some sticking with DC, and we moving into the comic book news. Oh boy, this one. So the first piece, we have the first DC superheroes Looney Tunes crossover writer revealed. Batman scribe Tom King has revealed that he is writing Batman Elmer Fudd story for DC's upcoming series of one-shot crossovers between DC superheroes and Looney Tune characters. King didn't offer much insight into the story, but did describe it as a noir story, and cape things off with Elmer Fudd's classic dialogue.
I know you're excited about this now. I know you want this book now. You didn't want it before, but now you want it.
I still don't want it. But
you want it.
I trust in Tom King, but I don't want it.
Listen, this is episode 22. We've done 21 other episodes. I think I know by now that you want this book because Tom King's on it, and now you really want the book because you find out it's going to be a noir story.
That was probably DC's. Well, DC probably thought of me. They were like, he loves Tom King, he loves crime noir story. Let's combine these two together, and he'll pick it up.
Let's combine these two together and throw Emmer Fudd in there.
Yeah,
and his ears will perk up.
Definitely. No, my ears did not perk up like Bugs Bunny. But I'll say I will read it though. I'll read it.
So my question is it going to be a murder mystery? Like, are they going to try to find out who killed the rabbit?
It's weird because they're bringing the Looney Tunes characters into the DC world to make them a little darker. It probably would have been a little goofier and funner to put the DC superheroes in the Looney Tune world. That would have been fun, but this is somewhat intriguing, I guess.
And see, that's what I thought they were doing originally. I thought it was going to be switched around and that the DC characters would be in the Looney Tunes universe. But now that I know for a fact that it's the opposite way, I would definitely say they may not be trying to market this to the people we thought initially. Like, they are trying to market this to us.
Yeah, true. I mean, based on
we grew up with we grew up with the Looney Tunes. They're going to bring them into a more gritty reality, and then we have this little mini synopsis right here, and it's like, yeah, this is. They're trying to get the adults to be like, yeah, I remember Bugs Bunny. I remember Martian Manhunter, and I love Marvin the Martian. This will be awesome.
Oh, yes. But yeah, I mean, we'll see about that. It has me intrigued to see who else is going to be writing everything else. That'll be interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure they're going to start slowly releasing this information. Well, no, they need to start ramping up releasing information.
Come April. Everything's coming out in April and May probably, so.
Yeah. So get on it. Get on it, guys. Get on it, DC.
Cool, Wayne. Yeah, that's really all. I thought I'd mention that real quick, though. Unless you have anything else on that.
Oh, no. I'm preparing myself for this next beast. Well, our next piece of news is actually going to be that there was an announcement that there's going to be creator changes coming to Amazing Spider-Man and Spider-Man. Four upcoming Marvel titles are changing artists according to a notice sent out by the publisher to retailers earlier this week. Simon Kradarski has replaced Sarah Pichelli on Spider-Man number 15, which is solicited to come out April the 5th. There it is again, April, right? As of right now, no reason has been given for the change, but Pichelli was removed from the title several issues previous. That's, I don't know, maybe not meet deadlines, you think?
That's a possibility. I'm not sure if I didn't hear about any delays with that book, but maybe there was some struggles outside what we couldn't see.
Oh, true. But also to add to this, March 15th, there it is again, March and April. Oversized Amazing Spider-Man number 25 has added writers Christos Gage and Jacob Chabot and James Asumis, as well as artists Joanna Tana Ford. That's an interesting name. And Ray Anthony Height. They add to the creators who originally solicited for the issue. So as of right now, it's unknown if they're just going to be helping out or if they've already solicited stories or work for the new series, the new issues.
Yeah, that's why I put this in there because I know. I mean, you're the Spider guy of the cast, so I figured you had some thoughts on this.
I mean, it's just a little weird that it seems that you have an artist that was pulled off a few issues ago, came back for whatever reason, and then is almost immediately pulled off again and replaced. Yeah. So, like I said, that seems like maybe deadline issues or, let's see, what issue was that they said she was pulled off of?
15, I believe.
15. So does that mean that she probably worked on 14 then, because if she was pulled off on 15, well, she either did 15 or 14.
Yeah, probably ended with 13 or 14.
Yeah, so Spider-Man, that's Miles Morales.
Mm-hmm.
And what issue are we on right now of
This
17. 17. So I was trying to think of if like we actually covered any of the issues.
I think we just did 15.
Yeah, I think we might have came on right at 15.
Yeah, so that would make sense why I didn't recognize her name. Okay,
yeah. So, because I'm trying to think of like, well, maybe it was art style. Maybe they weren't liking the actual art that was coming out. Because we've had a couple issues on here where we're like, what's up with the art?
Yeah, when we get to Spider-Gwen, yeah.
I think we have a couple of issues that we're beginning to that we had some issues with the actual artwork in the book. So I mean, yeah, we jumped on at 15, then we kind of don't really have anything to reference that we've done on the show to say like, well, yeah, this wasn't up to par as to what we would be expecting from a Spider-Man book or not.
Makes me want to go back and check it out though to see what Sarah was providing for the change.
Yes, it does. And the other one is what, Amazing Spider-Man?
Correct. Yeah. That one I'm not reading.
So I have an Amazing Spider-Man in front of me right now. Yeah, and none of these artists worked on this issue of Amazing Spider-Man. So yet again, something that I can't really jump back to, to kind of compare the art to, because I might be the Spider-Man guy, but I haven't been reading every single Spider-Man book or Amazing Spider-Man book since the end of Secret Wars too. Okay. So I mean, that one, the first one seems a little weird, like I said, because you took her off, brought her back, and immediately take them off again. The other one, it could just be like they're like, let's move on to another book. We want to do a different book. You got artists or writers in the wings waiting to write something, and so like you guys come on and do it. You guys can take it next. So the second announcement for Amazing Spider-Man doesn't really bother me or shock me as much, but the way that the announcement for Spider-Man does, that kind of bothers me just a little bit.
But the art's been pretty solid on the latest issues that we've been covering. Well, at least we've only done 15 so far. So that one was good.
Well, yeah, and that's why like I'm trying to think like, well, so far what we've been seeing, because we've done we jumped on at 12.
Oh, did we really? Okay.
Yes, because the Sitting in a Tree arc started in 12.
Oh, geez, that's crazy. Seems like it was like 3 issues ago.
Yeah, I think the reason the confusion is because that arc is jumping between Spider-Gwen.
Oh, yeah.
Spider-Gwen started in 16, so we've done 16 and 17 of Spider. So that's where your confusion is coming in with that. But even then, like so far I haven't had an issue with the art. I know you've had an issue with at least one issue of this series with the art, but even then that wasn't Spider-Man or Amazing Spider-Man.
No, yeah, exactly.
So,
Yeah, we'll see. We'll just kind of have to go back and see what the difference was, or if there really was no difference, maybe that was the case, and it is the scheduling or deadline type deal. Maybe they brought her back. Could be. Brought her back, like, hey, let's try this again. Didn't work out, and parted ways possibly.
It could be, because there's a couple books we've been following where the art seems that they're expecting it to be to a certain level on a consistent basis, and for some artists, it might take them a little longer to draw a whole comic to that level. Not saying that they can't do it. It just might take, some artists might be able to do it faster than others.
Yeah, I mean, look at Secret Wars when that was happening. I mean, they ended up putting out I think 1 or 2 extra issues because of the art delay and story delay. I think it might have been 2.
I think it was 1 extra issue if I remember correctly, but it could have possibly been 2.
Yeah, I think it was.
But I'm just saying, like the art level on the Amazing Spider-Man, like that's been a pretty
good.
It's been pretty good. Same thing with Spider-Man. Like it's been expected to, because look at the Clone Conspiracy. Like that art that was in Clone Conspiracy, that was obviously expected to be to a certain level of art, and they did not flinch on the art. Like that's one thing I can say about the Clone Conspiracy was the art from the first issue to the last issue was good.
Right. Yeah, only time will tell. See when this next person's off the book.
Yeah.
But sweet. So yeah, our last piece of comic book news. This one's pretty cool. Old Man Logan and Company versus New Weapon X and Resurrection ongoing. So Wolverine has been known from time to time as Weapon X, but in this new ongoing title, Weapon X, launching this April. Hey, there's April again.
Yep.
He and his fellow bloodthirsty killers are fighting them. And while he's Old Man Logan, the Weapon X is all new. Or this Weapon X, this Weapon X is all new. And also, Phoenix, Insong's Greg Pak and Greg Land are reuniting for this decidedly more mature X-Men book coming out of the Resurrection line. This X-Force-like team is fighting with the new Weapon X program, whose general new goal is eradication of all mutant kind. And behind it all is a mystery person whom Pak tells Newsarama is a classic X-Men character. And I have a feeling it might be, I'm going to say Sinister Six. Or not Sinister Six, but, what's his name? Mr. Sinister, excuse me.
Mr. Sinister, which it's funny you said that. I can't find it right now, and obviously this didn't make it onto our news for this week. But now that you said it, I've been wondering, have you seen this past week, there's been, it's just like one, like it might be a cover, it might not be, of some scientists in a lab. And inside this lab, there's a tube in the middle of the room. And there's a big hulking figure in this tube. And this hulking figure looks like it has Wolverine claws coming out of his hand.
I saw that picture, yep.
So this is making me think, do you think that might be a connection there? Because think about it, if you wanted to take out all mutants, you would want something that's like almost an unstoppable machine. And Wolverine in his own right was considered a practically unstoppable machine. The Hulk was considered an almost unstoppable machine. You put them together, you have something that could probably take out most mutants.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I didn't think of it that way, but when you say it like that, yes, that I see that could be a possibility.
Let's just say it's like Batch H or something like that.
I forget what it said on it.
Yeah, I think it said Batch H. But yeah, it had that tube, it had the scientists, which would fit in perfectly with it being a Weapon X program.
True, because there was no words with that picture. It was just they just released it randomly.
They released it, and the only words we have to go off of is I'm pretty sure it says Batch H on the tank. Like there's a little small sticker on the tank that says Batch H.
We'll have to look into that.
There's no kind of description of what it is. There's no description of, if that is indeed the Hulk. It looks exactly like the Hulk. It's got the green mist and stuff in the tube, and then you can see the claws come out the hand, and it's like, oh, okay, so they're going to make some kind of creature that is Hulk and Wolverine put together that's dangerous.
That would be a challenge for them to take him down, so that'd be a good story to tell right there.
Yeah, because Wolverine's always had trouble taking a Hulk down and just, oh my goodness, like, yeah. Wow.
No, I look forward to this. We're loving Old Man Logan right now, and Jeff Lemire is about to close out his series with that, so this news has me excited to see how Lemire closes out his run to allow for Greg Pak and Greg Land to mess around with the new Old Man Logan.
Yeah, this news already had me excited, but as we were talking, and it just hit me like maybe that's the connection. Like I'm even more excited to see what's going to happen with this.
No, the more I think about it now, that makes perfect sense. If that was to tie it in with that story.
Marvel, you can contact me at Columbus Comics Corner. I wondered because they said Wolverine, and essentially he's going to have a team. So I wonder who is going to be with Wolverine. Like I'm sorry, Old Man Logan. I am guessing that he's probably going to call Loran.
Maybe Bishop. Maybe we'll get some Bishop action.
Maybe Bishop might possibly come in. I mean, Bishop can pop up anywhere, right?
Right.
But they said bloodthirsty killers, though. They say him and his team of bloodthirsty killers. So, what if it's because you didn't read the Death of Wolverine, did you?
No. Mm-mm.
Okay, and I told you before they had a mini series afterwards called Wolverines, right?
Yeah.
I'm wondering what if it's that team, because everybody on that team were bloodthirsty killers, because you had Sabretooth, you had Lady Deathstrike, you had Laura right before she went into her, I'm taking the Wolverine mantle phase. You had his son Dakin on there. So what if they like resurrect that little small, short-lived team?
Maybe at least pull some of the characters from there, maybe.
Or yeah, at least pull some of them from there, and this forms his bloodthirsty team that's trying to take down this mystery Weapon X project.
No, I'm all for that. Yeah, there's just so many things because it seems like the whole resurrection is X-Men's rebirth. So I'm sure there's a possibility that we could see some older characters as well. They've been doing that lately.
I'm counting on it. I would love that if they just like pulled some awkward character from like the 90s or the 80s that people completely forgot about. I was like, oh yeah, they used to be in the X comics.
Pull up the old trading cards.
Oh man, they might pull like Kane or something. They might pull out some of the other mutations from the Weapon X program.
Right.
Because Wolverine wasn't the only one that came out of that Weapon X program.
What was I was gonna say, what was the name of the mutants that lived underground?
The Warlocks.
The Warlocks, yes. Were they? I can't remember. I never read many stories with them, but were they a possible threat at all that could be on the team?
I mean, to an extent, they could have been. They were more or less mutants that were outcast. Like most of them were outcast because of the fact that their mutations were physical. So they couldn't blend in whatsoever, so they lived in the sewers.
Right.
But when you have a big group of mutants like that, you can always have one or two to just have some kind of ridiculous power.
Yeah, that shine a little bit. Mm-hmm.
And I'm not even sure how that would work out, because for all I know, they have the mutant massacre to kill most of the Morlocks, if not all of them. But I remember Storm is essentially the leader of the Morlocks. Like, she allows Callisto to still, rule in her place because she can't live with them. But for all intents and purposes, Storm should still be the leader of the Morlocks, if there's any left.
I know that much from the animated series.
Yes, that was pretty accurate for the animated series. That's one of those great things that I love about when they do an animated comic correctly, and they can actually tie in an actual story or an actual event into the comic.
Mm-hmm.
And people who aren't fans don't know it, but they just learn some actual bit of comic book history.
No doubt. But yeah, needless to say, we're pretty excited for this, though. Come April, March, April, May, it's gonna be a busy few months for us.
It sure is. So I would suggest that everybody strap their boots in for the second Columbus Comics Corner event coming in April.
If Marvel can put out 3 events a year, we can do so as well.
Oh yeah.
But awesome, cool. Well, we're gonna move on to the books now.
All right. That'll bring us to our first book of the evening, which will be Suicide Squad number 12, which features Rob Williams as writer, and John Romita Jr. as penciler, and Richard Friend as inker, and Dean White and Jeremiah Skipper as colorist. We picked this issue up with Amanda Waller being rushed to the hospital because at the end of 11 she was shot in the alley. We then get to see that the Suicide Squad is going to a prison, and they're being transported through the cyber space, I guess you would call it, by Hack, which is great to see Hack actually, doing something now. This is intercut with shots of Rustam actually freeing prisoners there, and also with shots of Amanda Waller in the hospital where she is actually pronounced dead. The Suicide Squad loses this battle, and in the process, Katana and Rick Flag disappear. And that was pretty much the end of the first half. They cut this one in half like they did the last issue. The other half of the issue picks up with the funeral of Amanda Waller and the outrage her children have over her death. And also the fact that they believe that there is somebody inside, like there's a mole inside the facility now, because nobody should have known where Amanda Waller was, and then they feel it was too much of a coincidence that she just happened to be there the same day, the same night that the rest of the squad was on shore leave. All the members of the squad are then interviewed to try to see, if they may have had something to do with it, and if anybody knows where Katana and Rick Flag are. And Hack sneaks out to talk to Harley Quinn to tell her that she hacked the medical records and that it was indeed Amanda Waller's body that was pronounced dead at the hospital. It doesn't show any sign of any kind of foul play, as if, maybe her trying to fake her death or anything. And it only points to, as of right now, one person who could have possibly done it because it was such a perfect shot. And that, of course, is Deadshot, which ends this issue.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, dum dum dum. That's the face Harley had to end the issue, was the dum dum dum.
Man, John Romita's art was not good in this issue. I did not like it.
I'm gonna say this much. I didn't like it in the beginning, and I still have issues with this new designer going with Killer Croc. But by the time we got to the second half of the issue, where the art did kind of change up, that was a little teeny bit better.
Yeah, that was Eddie Burroughs and a couple other people on that end.
Yeah, and it was cool, and I was okay with it until we really get to like the last page, where the last 2 pages where she's having the conversation. Hack is talking to Harley Quinn, and those 2 giant panels of Harley Quinn, I have to say, I do not like those panels.
Really? Maybe
I did not like those. The first one was cool. The second one was like, no.
Actually, I'm on the other side of the fence. I really like the bigger panels of Harley. Maybe that's because John Romita's art on the first half of this was so bad.
Anything would have been better for you.
Anything would have been better, but actually, the art, in the other half with Eddie Burroughs and stuff, I like that a lot more in this issue. But yeah, I actually didn't mind that art. I thought it looks really good, actually.
I think it's the lips. I think the lips are bothering me for some reason. I know that sounds so weird, but I think my issue is the lips. Because now that I look at it, everything else seems cool to me. It's just the lips just look funny to me.
I like it because it's kind of that facial expression that she's giving, like kind of biting her lip almost. Type deal.
If you say so. If you say so.
I'm trying to convince you somehow.
I know you are. I mean, you made me give it a second look and pick out, that's what I don't like about the 2 panels. Because before, it was just like, I didn't like the panels at all.
Ugh, I mean, back to Romita's art. When we see the Suicide Squad with Hack. Yeah, cyberspace. Oof. That was hard to get through.
Yeah, I almost closed the book.
That was
even though I knew they were supposed to be in cyberspace, so we were going to get some kind of crazy, digital version of them. I almost closed the book. And the main reason was because of Killer Croc. Like I'm really not feeling this new Killer Croc style.
Oh yeah. It was. Oof. Yeah, it's not. It seems like he was rushed. Not rushed, but he didn't get this done on time, or that bi-weekly is not working out for his schedule. Because this issue is, man. Like I said, I like the back half with Eddie Burroughs stuff, but yeah, this first half was really hard to get through. But getting past the art, I thought they had
some strong story elements, though.
I was going to say, getting past the art, I did enjoy the overall story in this issue. I really liked Waller's narration throughout, especially when she dies at the end. She's like, "Fuck all y'all."
Yeah, she's like, "I'm Amanda Waller."
Yeah. Still has a dark soul, even when she's dying. Because she even mentions like, I'm not thinking about my kids. I'm thinking about all these people that I've controlled, and all the danger that I've stopped. Again, just showing how empty she is inside.
Speaking of which, when the second half picked up, I loved the interaction between her kids.
Yeah, I didn't mind that.
And Harcourt. No, I liked it because the last time we saw our kids, they was pretty much like, we don't want to see you again. You're a terrible person, this, that, and the other. But now you have one of them who's just like, why doesn't she have the soldier's burial for all the stuff she's done for America? And how come you guys haven't found who killed her, or do you already know who killed her, or did you kill her? Like she's going nuts.
Yeah, she is.
Was that Coretta?
Coretta,
yeah, Coretta
yeah.
was going. She was going nuts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because she even mentions how, it's just them at the funeral and not like a big. She's like, why is there any guns firing off or planes flying over?
I still got. I'm gonna say that I don't think Amanda's dead.
No, I'm intrigued to see how she's gonna come through.
I think she's gonna do a Nick Fury.
Yeah, I mean, more than likely. Hopefully, they could kind of put a cool spin on it.
It's gonna probably be something like that. She had Deadshot or somebody shoot her, so they would look good. They probably shot her with
to give him a reason, because they did give him a reason, I guess, throughout our last issue as well. All of them, really.
Yeah, they gave everybody a reason. They gave everybody motivation by having them there. But it's probably gonna be like she was shot with some kind of special bullet. They released something into her system that made her heart appear to stop when it didn't really stop. And Katana and Rick Flag are mysteriously missing, so they probably might have something to do with it. And, I don't see the wall being dead.
Oh no, of course not. I'm going to bring this up again in another book, but the whole the cliche cop thing, they all show up behind the villain, and they're like, "Oh, put your hands up!" Like you just saw this dude chop up so many bodies with his fire sword, and you really think he's going to do that?
Exactly.
And I'll bring that up again in another book as well. That sort of thing as well.
I think I know what book it is too.
But overall, I did enjoy this. Man, I've been a fan of John Romita's art, but this was not. This was horrendous.
Like you said, maybe he didn't have time to do it like what they thought he was going to have, or maybe he was rushed, or like you said, maybe he's scheduling conflicts and he had to put something out, so he gave this.
I mean, yeah. I mean, Katana had something to do, kind of, right?
I was just going to say, Katana finally kind of sort of did something.
Kind of did something.
I mean, kind of. She kind of got, smacked away a little bit real fast, but she was there.
Yeah, she was about to chop Rustum up.
Yeah, she swung her sword.
I do like the them bringing back some of the old villains from the first mission that the Suicide Squad ever went on. It's kind of like the old school versus the new school right now. Instead of superheroes versus superheroes, we're getting villains versus villains.
Yeah.
But it was cool. What was the dude's name who had the harpoon gun? Jakuli. No, not Jakuli. Raven.
Raven. Yeah, he was that squad's Deadshot.
Mm-hmm. Shot the harpoon through Rick Flag's arm, pulled him back while wrapping up Katana.
Yep.
Then they get pushed into the portal, so I'm assuming we'll be seeing them soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely like this issue more than the last issue, minus the art.
Minus the art, you could switch the art.
But I did like the backup art. I will say that, because I actually didn't like the backup art last time around, but I actually like it this time.
I'm still a little conflicted with them doing this whole, we're going to do half the issue as one and then the other half as another.
And it makes it even worse too when we get the first half of Romita's art, looking like a travesty, and it really does not help the fact that again they're splitting this up, and
and it's still the same story.
Still the same story. Yeah, exactly.
It's not even like it's a separate backup story or anything where it's telling something slightly different or it's telling something from the past. It's telling it's a continuation of the story from the beginning of the book. So it's still one story.
Yeah, and while I do like it being one story, it should just be consistent art.
Yeah. Maybe this was the compromise. Maybe they knew ahead of time that scheduling was going to be crazy, so they decided to start splitting them up like this in Suicide.
Yeah, because we're getting Paul Dini on backup soon as well.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that maybe this is going to be their new way of easing into the transitions and changes that they're going to be making in certain issues, is to start either having backup issues or start splitting the stories up like this.
Yeah, or kind of doing this until because I'm pretty sure this is one of the titles that are going monthly, come April. So that's a long time to wait, even though it's a month, about to be a month in 2 weeks, but
it used to be monthly.
So yeah, this is probably one of the ones that are going back to monthly, which will hopefully help it. Come April, and we get that first monthly book of Suicide Squad, it's the same thing. It's gonna be really hard for me to continue this.
Can't blame you on that.
Because Harley's getting there. Ooh. Or no, not Paul. Paul Dini's doing the backups on Harley, not Suicide Squad.
Harley, yeah. That's why I made that comment about changing certain books, because I knew he was doing the Harley.
Mm-hmm. So we'll see what happens with this, but Harley is definitely close. That book needs a monthly as well. Like, really does. We're starting to see, because I don't read a lot of the DC books, the Rebirth books at least, but for some of the ones that I do read that are bi-weekly, we're starting to see the effect that's taking on it. Yeah, the fatigue that's taken on it. Some of the artists can't keep motivation.
Let's call it rebirth fatigue.
Yes, or reburned. That's what they're doing to me and Harley.
Well, the button's coming pretty soon, so hopefully we'll be getting over some of these rebirth issues, and we'll be getting out of this whole rebirth thing.
Right. Well, we got one more event that they're doing in the summer. So yeah, once we get past the summer, we'll see where the DC universe stands at that point.
Oh boy.
We better have a JSA book by then. This whole event thing, I'm gonna throw a prediction out there. The event that Jeff Johns is possibly writing is gonna bring back the JSA and a few others.
We're gonna test that. We will test that. By the time all this is over, we will test it to see if that theory is correct. Because I wouldn't necessarily have went straight for JSA, but I will agree that I think that event is going to restore a lot more of the pre-Flashpoint DC.
Mm-hmm.
Which would, of course, include like JSA and everything, but I think like a whole lot of more things are going to be restored.
No doubt. Yeah, only time will tell. But yeah, this book. I really don't have anything else for this.
Nor do I.
I guess I do want to say, kind of just to mention back to Croc real quick. It feels like, has he always? Because I read a few of the 52 stuff from the Suicide Squad, but he didn't seem as dumbed down in this as he does back in 52.
No, it seems like they've been dumbing him down more.
Especially since the movie.
Yeah, since the movie, and since we've been covering New 52, they've been dumbing them down, especially, I want to say, probably right around the time they did maybe a little bit before, but around the time they did the Justice League versus Suicide Squad. That's when I really started noticing how much they started dumbing them down.
Yeah.
And they are pushing him with Enchantress too. They are pushing this hard,
real hard.
which I'm going to go on a limb after this issue. I think that Enchantress. I know. Of course, we know Moon has a thing for Croc, but I think that Enchantress does too. I don't know if do you remember Hey Arnold?
Yes. Oh yeah.
I think Enchantress is pulling a Helga where she's like, I hate this dumb beast, but behind closed doors, she's like, oh, I love Croc.
Yeah, she has a shrine of him.
Yeah, she got a shrine. She found some of his scales and everything.
Well, actually, she did have that sort of shrine when she was painting him back in the previous issue, because she had the candles on the ground.
Yeah, she sure did.
It's funny. Cool, well, yeah, we can move on from this stuff. And that's going to bring us to Elektra #1, part of the Running with the Devil. I wouldn't call it an event, but series, I guess, that's going on. We're not really sure how this all ties in yet. But it's written by Matt Owens, art by Juan Cabal, color artist Antonio Fabella, and Marcio Minez. So yeah, I mean, Elektra has pretty much moved to Los Angeles, or not Los Angeles, Las Vegas, and she's kind of undercover at a bar, and more than likely she has a feeling that there is some legal activity going on at this place, and she kind of makes friends with the bartender, who has some bruises on her wrists, so she has an idea, something's bad's going on here. And so, the bartender actually gets called off to actually, because it seems like at this point she is a prostitute for the establishment, and one of the workers, comes to get her to take her in the bathroom, unfortunately, to do horrific things to her. And Elektra actually goes into the stall to kind of get cleaned up, and this is where she finds that the gentleman and the bartender are in the stall together, and once the guy leaves, she has a bunch of bruises on her face and neck, and this sends Elektra to put the lady in the in her suite, as she suits up for Elektra, and kicks a bunch of ass, and finds the guy who raped the bartender, and they she kicks their ass, and from there she kills him. And one of the guys is who's watching him on the screen is excited that it is Elektra and can't believe it. And then the issue ends with some do you know who that is exactly?
Yes, I know exactly who it is, and when I saw who it was, I was like, that makes total sense.
Okay, who is it? 'Cause I have no idea who that is.
Okay, well, the first person who saw that you were talking about on the monitor saw was Elektra, couldn't believe it was Screwball. But that wasn't even the reveal. The big reveal was the fact that the person who is running this whole death match thing that's going on, like this underground betting thing, that's Arcade.
I'm not familiar. Excuse me, I'm not familiar with him.
Arcade is known for making death traps. He's probably mostly known for being associated with the X-Men. They even had a game on the Super Nintendo and Sega based off of Arcade. It was called Arcade versus the X-Men, I believe. Okay. Where they were trapped in one of his giant death machines. And I cannot think of the last time they even had him in the comics. But that's Arcade.
Oh. Yeah, see, it didn't hit me at all.
It hit me, and I was like, what? Arcade? That makes total sense.
Yeah, I definitely could have looked it up, but I did not for some reason. But what did you think?
Just figured I would know who it was.
Yeah, that too. What did you think of this issue, though? I thought it was okay, kind of bland.
Yeah, it was kind of bland. I wasn't feeling it. I wasn't feeling most of it in the beginning. I kind of enjoyed the conversation between Elektra and the bartender. Thought it was hilarious seeing her in the blonde wig, and how she was having those flashbacks of the Hand and Daredevil and Bullseye. It didn't remotely start really picking up for me until she actually suited up, and her taking out those guys was kind of cool. But it wasn't awesome. Like you just said, I would agree this was okay. I don't think it was completely terrible, but at best it was okay.
Yeah, it was. Excuse me. It was pretty much. It was a quick read for me. Yeah. It didn't really grab me at all. Some of the dialogue. This almost felt like all the dialogue kind of felt like an '80s action movie.
Yes, it did.
Which didn't really work for me at all. And like I mentioned before, it still has me not interested, but wondering how this all connects with this whole Running with the Devil series that they're doing, and how it's going to connect, because she's in Las Vegas, and Daredevil and Bullseye and Kingpin are back in New York. So,
well, no, the Bullseye's in South America
or Colombia now. Yeah, he was.
Yeah, he went to Colombia.
He was in there. So yeah, he's in another country. But yeah, it wasn't really too much for me in this issue. It's like an issue I'll give another chance to see where it goes. But yeah, I actually thought when they had the silhouette of, what was his name, Arcade. when they had the silhouette of him, I thought that was Hillary Clinton.
Wow, was it the haircut?
The haircut.
I had no idea when they showed the silhouette, and I halfway paid attention, and it wasn't until the end when they had the full reveal, and I was like, oh man, yeah, that's Arcade, and this makes total sense right now why Arcade would even be here.
Yeah, maybe if I had more of a connection to that guy, I would know, maybe that would have served more of a purpose for all this for me. But yeah, the dialogue, like the one thing Elektra said was when she's asking about the bartender was asking her about the makeup. She's like, red's not really my color.
Yeah, and then they have to call back later on, and she was like, I thought you said red wasn't your color.
Yeah.
I know you're going to probably disagree with this, but this is just my observation as someone who hasn't really read a whole bunch of it. But the artwork in here kind of reminded me of that issue of Faith that we read.
Yeah, I can see that vibe.
It's especially early on, like when they were around the bar and everything, you had a lot more of the brighter colors.
Mm-hmm.
And I was reading, and I was like, why does this remind me of something? And I was like, oh, this kind of reminds me of Faith.
Yeah, the art wasn't bad at all. I enjoyed it for the most part. It wasn't like anything like super crazy or anything, but it was a good fit.
Yeah. It definitely felt like we were somewhere else in the Marvel universe.
Yeah, I will say that. That is definitely a positive.
So I'm not sure if that's what they were going for with it, but if that is what they were going for, they succeeded in that. I didn't feel like I was in, New York or anything.
Mm-hmm. The big one action movie thing that caught me was when the dude...
Gonna bring size to a gunfight?
Yeah, that, and when Rico is walking in, he has all the shurikens in his back.
Yes. And he's like, you've been drinking. Did you blow all your money? You get high on your own supply again. And then you drop it. And he was like, yeah, that's an action movie reveal.
And Elektra's like, anyone else want to dance? Hey, boys. Yeah.
I'll say one thing. Her club fight scene wasn't as cool as Spider-Gwen's.
I'll give you that one. I'll give you that. We'll get to that book. Oh, boy. But yeah, I mean, like I said, I'll definitely give this another issue. Maybe I'll finish this arc to see where it goes. But it did not grab me. Kingpin's been like I mean, Daredevil's been okay lately, but that doesn't really count because that's been ongoing for a while. But out of the other three, Kingpin has really caught my attention. I'm still thinking about that book, like 2 weeks later.
I'll have to admit, after reading this one, I would say that Kingpin is the standout one. I would say followed by this, and then taking the last place for me would be Bullseye.
I think I would say the same. Yeah. Mine is... That's a toughie. I would switch to dialogue. But yes, I would keep them in that order. But we said we were going to cover at least all the... we didn't cover all of them. We didn't do Daredevil, but we did cover the rest of them though. And I know we're probably at least talking about another Kingpin, and we'll see if we want to touch on this one to see if this is give the people a follow up to see if we would continue reading this outside of the podcast when we're not recording it.
Okay.
But I am excited for Kingpin. I'm glad that one comes out next. Yeah, this didn't catch me. But we can move on though if you don't have anything else for that one.
Yep, let's do it.
Cool.
And that, of course, will bring us to our next book for the evening, which is Spider-Gwen number 17. This is part 4 of the Sitting in a Tree arc. And this was written by Jason Latour with Robbie Rodriguez as artist and Rico Renezi as color artist. We pick up right where the last issue left off. Well, we kind of pick up right at the last issue left off. We pick up in 616 with Spider-Man thwarting some criminals. And then Spider-Gwen and Miles Morales transport back to 616, and they end up where these criminals are, and it turns out that Spider-Gwen recognizes them as agents of Silk. So she knows that something's going on where they're dimension hopping, and it turns out that they're stealing some kind of batteries. After a quick little meal of egg salad, they have a little conversation about what the next step should be. Spider-Gwen thinks that they should possibly call in some other help, since Peter seems to be in the area. Maybe they should call him in, but Miles does not want to involve any adults because of his experience with Civil War. So we then get a flashback to Earth 65, where it turns out that the Silk agents are actually working with Scorpion, and they have a way to transport between dimensions, and they're currently working on a way to get an exact transport back to Earth 65. After further conversation, trying to figure out, who they could actually call in, Miss Marvel shows up, which totally embarrasses Miles. She kind of asks him why he hasn't been contacting the champions and what's going on, and he kind of wants her to leave. A little uncomfortable by her presence, and I kind of get the hint through this that she kind of has a thing for him, because she has a few words with Spider-Gwen about how she treats Miles. After figuring out some places where the batteries are sold, they then go and actually stake out one of the buildings, waiting for the Silk agents to show up. But it turns out that they've already transported in and attempted to transport out, but they still haven't mastered how to transport safely back, so they only transport like 20 feet. After which they actually managed to escape, and it turns out that there was a portal that is opened, and Miles Morales gives Spider-Gwen his transporter and tells him he's going through the portal, and tells her to use this to find him. And he jumps through the portal, to which Spider-Gwen says, I need to go after him, and tells Miss Marvel to stay behind, and then she also jumps through the portal. That ends the issue. I'm almost scared to ask what your opinions are on this one.
I don't know where this story is going.
I'm not sure too much where it's going now either. We still have, 2 more issues left in this arc.
This issue made it even, like, I was starting to get confused with the Spider-Man issue. This issue just made it even more confusing.
You think so?
It seems like it, because I mean they're jumping back and forth. I mean, we're not giving an explanation on why they need to keep jumping back and forth. We're not sure what's going on with that battery yet. I mean, that could come into play. Was that so? Scorpion, that wasn't Miles' other dad, or dad, quote unquote.
Well, that's the thing with the way this was. We don't necessarily really know. The way I took it, especially since it seemed he was working with Silk, that he never made it to the jail. That's the way I took it, is that he never made it to, after the last issue, to the jail, and he's actually back at whatever base Silk is using.
That could be a possibility, or maybe that is his real dad who's on the mission for...
Could be. You could be correct on that one also.
Okay. Yeah, when you said Scorpion, like I saw that they had mentioned Scorpion, but I didn't know because I'm not too familiar with the Earth 65 world. I thought it was his dad just going by Scorpion, so okay.
It is. That's his dad's name over there, because when we first started Spider-Gwen, I said that all of the characters and stuff over there are switched and flipped and twisted and turned. So some people who were a character over here are still a version of that character over there, and then some people are somebody totally different.
Yeah, and then the I will say the art was not good in this. I thought Miles was off. Miss Marvel was especially off as well. Because he's not drawing, or they're not doing the art for Earth 65. So they are trying to put their spin on the Earth 616. But some of it just didn't work, and it seems like they're not used to drawing Miles. I don't know, the art was just really off in this issue. And I've liked the art.
I actually like the art. I do agree with you, though, that they're doing their own spin on the 616. So since this was Spider-Gwen, they felt they still need to keep the same kind of Spider-Gwen art. but we don't normally see a Spider-Gwen book take place in another universe. And you would think that, similar to what they did in Clone Conspiracy, when Spider-Gwen came over to 616, they changed her artwork up to fit in with the artwork being used in the 616 universe. They didn't just change everything to make it look kind of like Earth 65. And in this case, they changed everything to try to give it an Earth 65 spin, which was kind of weird.
Yeah, it didn't work for me, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think that's what threw you off, is because we're in 616, so you have a certain idea of what the art and what the city and people should look like over here, and you're seeing more so what they look like over in Earth 65.
Yeah, because there was a couple panels where Miles, like, excuse me, there was a couple panels where Miles looked, like he was like 25 or so.
Yeah, one of them was the one when he was first looking at his transporter, and he was talking about how it was. Yep.
So that was really off for me. But overall, I mean, yeah, I'm just not sure where this is going. It almost seems to me like both the writers maybe on the same page, maybe not getting all the notes. But yeah, I mean, we're gonna finish this out to see how it all wraps up, and hopefully it does wrap up with a nice little bow tie. But this issue just really, really threw me off, and the fact that Spider-Gwen wanted someone else around, but even though she told Miss Marvel to, she told her to stay behind for some reason. Oh yeah, tell the champions stop Silk if they come back. But she was the reason why Spider-Gwen invited her along for the ride. So I thought it was weird that she just left her behind right afterwards.
Because I don't think she knew that they was going to end up hopping over to another dimension, and she'd already explained to her, like, these people from our dimension are coming here. I'm going to go try to make sure Miles doesn't get in trouble, so you guys need to stay alert just in case they come back. That's how I took it.
Yeah.
Because if Miss Marvel would have went with her, nobody over in Earth 616 would have known
about what's going on.
What was going on. So if they would have came back and hit one of the other buildings, like, there's nobody here to stop them.
And it seems like that's probably the only reason they put Miss Marvel in this, just so she can be aware. And
maybe add a little bit of that. That and have a little bit of that tension because she had that moment where she pulled Gwen to the side and was like, "You better be good to him. You better take care of him."
But isn't Gwen like 30? That's still one of my questions that I have. Because she has some affection for Miles, and I know Miles is pretty young.
If I remember correctly, Gwen is like 18, I think.
Okay.
And Miles is like about to turn 17.
So I figured she was older just because. I guess I don't. The origin, better than me. So Gwen Stacy died, but then there was how did we get to Spider-Gwen in Earth 65?
Like, how did they even decide to do this?
Yes.
Because they needed characters for Edge of Spider-Verse, and somebody was like, wouldn't it be cool if one of the alternate Spider characters in another universe was Gwen Stacy?
Okay. So
that's really the way that's the whole. That's when she first appeared. It was in matter of fact, I have it hanging up right here. I have her first issue was Edge of Spider-Verse, and number 2 was when they first did the little appearance and origin of Spider-Gwen, and then it was just a positive feedback, and the fans pretty much forced their hand to make this into an ongoing series, and then when they started the series, that's when they started unraveling like more of her origin.
Gotcha. So have they ever established her age?
I believe they have, and like I said, she's either 18 or 19. She said it's one of those two.
You keep telling yourself that.
No, it is. Like it is.
Okay.
Because when she became it's just like with Spider-Man. She became Spider-Woman when she was in high school. Gotcha. And this is all still new for her. Like she hasn't been Spider-Woman that long.
Okay. Excuse me. Yeah, I mean, this was just a down issue for me. I'm still in it. I'm still in it to see how this all unfolds.
This was an uptick for me. This was definitely an upgrade from the last issue, number 3, and I thought this actually felt to me like it moved the story along a little bit. We got a little bit more going on. Like, we kind of understand why they had to come back. We don't know who it is who opened that portal for Miles, and yeah, we're still not sure of a couple of things, but I mean, we're getting somewhere. We know Silk's involved.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with Silk just yet.
I mean, it's our Earth 616 Earth is Silk is the Spider Woman. She's one of the Spider Women. She's the other person that was bit by the spider the same day that Peter Parker was bit. So over here, she's a hero. Over in Earth 65, she's the leader of a criminal organization called Silk. So they're kind of sort of like Hydra a little bit, where like it's this big, massive organization, all these henchmen and everything, and they're doing all these crazy things. It just happens that Cindy Moon is the leader, and she decided to call it Silk.
Right on. Yeah, we got 2 issues left, so we'll definitely we're definitely gonna continue covering it.
Yeah, I definitely can't wait for the next issue. I'm liking that cover.
Yeah, it's a cool cover.
Yeah,
I like the art more in the Bendis stuff than I have this.
I can agree with that. I mean, it makes sense for them to keep the Spider-Woman art to an extent.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And in her book, but like I said before, like it's weird bringing that over here and translating that to art to 616.
Yeah.
Or as they described it in the book, the universe formerly known as 616.
And there was a funny pun in there I've been seeing around lately when I've been reading some of the, maybe it was Spider-Gwen, but the multiverse.
Yes.
I forget, do you know where that originated from?
What, the term multiverse?
No, the guy called it Nultiverse, like Nick Nolte.
Oh, I have no idea where that originated from. That is hilarious.
I feel like I may have picked up like some of the early Spider-Gwen issues, and they were kind of touching on it then. That's maybe where I saw it. But I thought that was funny. Cool, yeah, we'll see what's going on in the next issue. But yeah, we can move on now. So that's going to bring us to Justice League of America, number 1, written by Steve Orlando, pencils by Ivan Reis, and we have inkers Joe Perrotta, Oclair Albert, and Julio Ferreira. And colors is Marcelo Mayalo, with letters by Clayton Cowles. And also the cover, I should say, is Ivan Reis, Joe Perrotta, and Marcelo Mayalo. So we catch up with the JLA in different parts of the country being super. In Saratoga, New York, Lord Havoc has entered the Earth through a portal with his gang. He finds that this world is on the brink of war and plans to cleanse it. Batman calls on the JLA members to teleport to Saratoga to face their first mission. The 2 teams battle it out. While this is going on, the Atom shrinks down to try and enter. Well, he does enter Lord Havoc's armor. But Lord Havoc has a defense for that, and his armor zaps the Atom to regular size. The issue ends with Lord Havoc holding Ryan Choi by the neck, and Batman attempts to trade his life for Ryan Choi's. But yeah, this
not sure this was a good start to JLA.
Oh, definitely not at all. And I thought you might be more. Not excited, but more positive on this book. But it doesn't sound like you are either.
It had some moments in it, and pretty much everything up until the moment that portal opened up and they stepped out, like that's where it kind of took a down tick. I mean, I understand since it's a new team, you want to give them some kind of credible threat early on, and you don't necessarily want to use any majorly established villains as of yet. So, you throw in, a team from another dimension or whatever.
Oh, yeah, I have nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, you do that, but for me, that's kind of the moment where I was kind of like, oh.
It felt like a Rebirth .1 issue.
Yeah. I enjoyed the early stuff in the book where you're kind of seeing some of them bond and everything. You see Batman talking to Vixen, and
My first thing
Lobo.
was Black Canary jumping out of the second-story fire building.
Yes,
I was like,
with the
what do you-
people in her arms.
I was like, well, how does that work exactly? You can't fly. When you land, I understand you gotta make sacrifices, but when you're gonna crash, and that's not gonna be good. So that was my first nitpick that I had. The interaction with Batman and Vixen was okay.
I like the interaction with Frost, and what is the new Adam's name?
That's Ryan Choi.
Ryan, yeah, I kind of like their interaction where he's kind of wants to call her Killer Frost, and he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, you're not the killer. You're trying to get rid of the killer."
Yeah.
And we kind of see her, because people forget that she was a scientist, and they kind of touch on that in his book.
did like
where it's
that.
like when she's not this monster, like she's living there and figuring out how to improve on stuff that the first Adam had actually been working on.
Yeah, because I like how she points that out. She's like, I'm a scientist. My accident didn't change that. He's like, you're right.
Yeah.
Maybe you can help me then. But
And
keep your distance.
I definitely love the splash page though of the JLA dropping into action though.
Yeah, that was cool. Yeah, the art. I actually love the villains when they after they showed up. But I do want to get to this portal real quick. Okay, so the portal enters, and you see the guy with the cell phone. This is where I'm bringing up the cell phone again.
Yep.
Kind of that cliche in comics, and lately it's definitely been a lot of cell phones. And the guy is literally standing an inch away from the portal taking a photo. I was like,
he's live streaming.
Who in their right mind does that?
He's trying to get them hits. He's trying to get them hits.
That threw me out. I shook my head at that one. But the art of the villains when they did appear was pretty cool. I did a little bit of research into Lord Havoc to kind of see where he came from.
Mm-hmm.
So I had a little bit of insight into him. I didn't know the other characters though. But then it brings me back to the whole police thing, that cliche, freeze, hands in the air.
Yeah, I knew this was the book you were going to bring that up in.
Steve Orlando's, I thought his dialogue was off in this book. And like the villains felt like He-Man villain. Like I put in the Weird Science Slack chat channel. I was like, I felt like I was reading a Batman He-Man's crossover.
That's what I meant. Like you want to give them some kind of challenge early on, so you just use essentially throwaway villains.
Yeah, just Lord Havoc dialogue that was cheesy.
You make them seem credible though, or try to.
Right. Yeah, I was just saying the Lord Havoc's dialogue was so cheesy. That's what it made it why it made it feel like I was reading a He-Man book. Ugh.
Yes.
Ugh. And they're really knocking it over the head with the Killer Frost's powers. Because Lobo was like, keep Killer Frost away from me.
Make sure she's not behind me.
He's like, enough, Lobo. Frost's heat sickness is under control. And she's kind of smiling. So yeah, that's not under control yet.
I think they dropped the ball somewhere in this book.
By not touching on that?
I think they... Well, they've been dropping the ball and not touching on that. Like I said, that's going to be the biggest thing hanging over this whole team is whether or not they actually figure out a way for her to get the energy she needs. But no, they missed the point. They missed a prime opportunity when he was like, "Who do you think you are?" He's like, "Who do I think I am?" Wait and see. They should have just, what line should have been right there. He's like, "Who do you think you are?" Should be like, "I'm Batman."
Was that when Lord Havoc's talking to him?
Yeah, he was talking directly to Batman. He was like, "Who do you think you are?" And they should have just went the fan servicey route and just had him say, "I'm Batman," so that we all can hear it in our head in that voice, like, "I'm Batman." But no, instead he had this thing about, "Oh, you're gonna find out who I am, who we are." And...
Yeah, the dialogue was off, and it almost seems like they're trying to humanize Lobo a little bit, because at the beginning, when he's on his motorcycle, yeah, he's like, "You can't hurt the pretty dolphins." He says something like that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the main man can't stand to see a dolphin cry.
Yeah, he said I may have burnt my whole planet, but he was like, but I can't stand to see a dolphin cry.
Yeah, and I'm not like steeped in Lobo's mythos, but he always just doesn't seem to have a soul. So that kind of stood out to me.
I've learned that even the hardest characters always have some kind of weird soft spot. So I mean, I'm not sure if they've ever that's just like a callback to something.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
It wouldn't surprise me at the same time if Lobo was such this dastardly character known throughout the universe, but he has a soft spot for them dolphins.
There was one panel in particular in this book that I really loved. I'll see if you can guess it. I'll give you a clue. It wasn't on this world. Or in this world.
You said it wasn't in this world. Let's see.
And I was kind of shocked me that it was thrown in there, because I'm not sure if we've seen it since Rebirth. That's when Lord Havoc has all the cell phones around him.
You know what's funny? It's funny as I just turned right to that page. I'm like, is it the section where he's got like the cell phones hovering?
No, it'll be the next page at the bottom.
Well, the next page. Well, are you looking at a digital? Because the next page. Okay. Well, in the book, the next page is that splash page I was talking about.
Oh, that's weird.
Well, hold on, because there's two panels of him with the cell phones floating. You're talking about the bigger one. Are you talking about Gorilla City?
Gorilla City, yep.
Talking about Gorilla City.
I was like, that's where they should. As soon as I saw that, I was like, man, why didn't they take him to Gorilla City first, or do something with Gorilla City instead of? I'm sure Lord Havoc is cool to some people, but he did not win me over with his fucking cheesy ass dialogue.
Well, they got to give them something that seems like they can handle a planetary threat almost, something that could end up being, the end of the world itself. And because think about Batman's big thing is he wants regular people to see that there's a Justice League with regular people and Lobo on the team. With regular people and Lobo on the team. Who can do, because he says it in his book. Yeah. So it wouldn't have benefited what they're trying to do story wise, because I'm willing to bet there's going to be tons of news coverage, and this is essentially going to announce the JLA to the rest of the world.
True.
And do what Batman wants it to do. You couldn't do that if you sent him to Gorilla City. It would have been awesome to send him to Gorilla City. Yeah. But based off of what they're trying to do with this team, like that wouldn't have worked right now. Now, if Gorilla City invaded, if it was like Grodd and he had some soldiers or something, they invaded, and then instead of these guys, they were facing soldiers from Gorilla City, that would work.
True. Yeah, I thought not the worst part, but one of my other shake my head parts was when Batman at the last page, when Batman has his hands up, he's like, "Take me,
take me."
Yeah. This issue did not get me excited.
No, especially after that Killer Frost issue where it had all those coming soons at the back, and that got us excited. And then we got this for issue number 1. Which means we're probably not going to get anything really interesting in JLA until possibly issue number 3.
I would say 4 or 5 after we get past this.
Well, I think this will probably be wrapped up. Well, yeah, it might be 4 or 5. I was going to say they probably wrap it up in issue number 2.
I hope so.
But no, I can see them stretching this to 3.
Yeah, we'll see where this goes though. But yeah, I'm not really feeling it right now.
Yeah, I don't think this is a very good start for them.
I really liked his dialogue in the first issue, or the Rebirth issue. But there was just something really off for me in this. But yeah, let's move on from this though. I think that's all we got.
All right. That'll bring us to our next book of the evening, which is going to be Inhumans versus X-Men number 5, which was written by Jeff Lemire and Charles Soule, with I'm going to pronounce this name wrong. I already know I am.
Yeah.
Javier Garyon And
Javier, I would
Javier,
say.
that's what it's Javier Garion, and David Carell as colorist. Before we jump into 5, let's just briefly touch on 4 since we didn't, get to do 4 last time.
Mm-hmm.
The only major things that happened in 4 were the fact that the Inhumans found a way out of the sphere that they were locked into.
Yeah, limbo.
Yeah, which was to essentially have what is his name? Gorgon create a seismic wave that I guess overloaded the generator and popped the bubble they were in. Mosaic also managed to infiltrate the current location of the head of the I guess we would call it the Mutant Alliance. And he attempted to take over Magneto, but he ended up having to settle for young Cyclops.
Mm-hmm.
And which was actually touched on in a tie-in issue they had that actually explained a lot that happens in the next issue. And then we ended that issue with the forces of the Inhumans that are in limbo attacking the X-Haven where Colossus was left alone to protect it, and we ended with him stepping out the fire, basically saying, let's fight.
Yeah. Yep, that was about it. Not a whole lot happened.
Yeah, that was stalemate issue.
Yeah, that was pretty much a stalemate issue. The only other extra thing that happened was Cyclops woke up and he ended up running into Miss Marvel and some of the other Inhumans that she gathered, which touched on that tie-in, because in that tie-in they explained that when Mosaic took over young Cyclops, he still had remnants of Magneto's memories that came with him, and so young Cyclops was able to see exactly what was really going on, so he knows now that Emma Frost orchestrated this whole big thing. It's all a lie.
Okay.
Yeah, that was one of the few times where Ty actually
and I kind of have an issue with that, because especially if you're not reading, because once we get into this issue, it's touched on again. But yeah, if you're not reading those tie-ins, that's something I felt should have been put in this book and then explored a little bit more. Because once we get to it,
I mean, when we get there, there's 2 points in the book where I was literally like, when the hell did this happen? And it was basically Forge being awake and talking to Moon Girl like they've been pals for years.
Yep.
And then Cyclops, because he was basically kidnapped by Mosaic to fly the jet. Cyclops is buddy and pals with all the new humans, and they land and just start fighting X-Men.
Yeah.
So these two parts of the book, happened in probably all new as a tie-in issue, and
possibly.
Yeah, and I have no idea about it, and they don't even give you, editor's notes like go see this.
No, not at all. Yeah.
Yeah, because the one that I read with Cyclops, that was I believe all new, and I had to tell Ryan it was this tie-in, and it enhances the story a little bit, but you're right, it should have been in here because he mentions it in this book, but it's just it
comes out of nowhere. It seems like
it's I know what you did, and then that's it.
Right.
And if you hadn't read the tie-in, you have no idea what he's even talking about or how he knows.
Right. You don't know what the it did is.
Exactly.
Yeah. But in that tie-in, he sees in the tie-in, he sees everything. He sees the meeting that Emma had with Magneto when they saw his Cyclops' body. He sees the conversation that she had with Magneto saying, it's about to be a war going on, and this is what I'm going to do. He sees exactly what she said and knows that everything that she's been saying since Cyclops' death was a lie. He knows when Cyclops died now. He knows that wasn't Cyclops at the end of Death of Ed. He knows everything.
Yeah.
That
should have definitely been mentioned.
Yeah, mentioned, and the reveal should have been so much stronger. And we'll see what happens next issue. But we'll get to it. Let's go ahead and start off, though.
Yeah.
All right. Well, when we pick up in issue number 5, we actually get to see Phantom X and I'm going to remember his name. I promise I am. Karnak,
yeah.
Karnak fighting in the world, which was a pretty interesting fight because Karnak takes out Jean Grey, so she can't influence anything, and then he also figures out that Phantom X actually has an external nervous system, which is often depicted as a ship.
Yeah.
Were you guys?
It was pretty sweet. Go ahead.
I was going to say, were you guys confused? These first, it's when Karnak punches the ground, and then it looks like he throws something at Jean Grey, But it's not really
think what
explained.
he does, it's kind of like it looks like a pebble or like a rock. He like, when he hit the ground, a rock popped up and he slapped it back towards Jean is what I took it as.
That's what I took it as too.
Okay.
And then, I didn't know he was so strong. It's like he has Hulk level strength where he can smash the ground and shit is popping up all over the place,
Right.
and messing up Phantom X.
And see, I took the punch in the ground. I didn't know he was that strong either. I took that as like psychic energy, like he's like how Jean can make like a psychic bubble around her body.
Uh-huh.
I took it as maybe he's doing something like that, where he's actually projecting psychic energy, and it's maybe adding more force to his punches.
It's something.
Yeah, so that's what I took it as, is him getting Jean out of the way, like he hit her with something. It's hard to tell really what it is.
Yeah, I thought it was a pebble. It looked like a pebble to me because it hit her and bounced off her head. So I was like, it's got to be one of those pebbles that popped up off the ground.
More than likely.
Yeah.
It was just weird to me, though. Then there's another weird panel.
Which panel was that?
When he then punches the nervous system, and then it looks like Karnak bounces through the window. That was just a weird transition for me. Like, it didn't really signal that.
Yeah, well, he ends up getting everything is. They're fighting basically. Think about it. They're miniaturized and fighting inside a Phantom X body, and they end up stumbling to the brain or something, don't they?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it was the brain, but yeah, they stumbled to another part of the body. When he hit the nervous system, if you look, Karnak flipped off the body. He flipped off of the nervous system and let Phantom X and the nervous system bust through the window. And then he came through that hole.
Okay, looking at it now, I can see. Because I was looking at Phantom X, and he's drawn weird. Like, almost like he's flying through it. Instead of bouncing off of it. It was just weird for me.
Well, since you just jumped to that part, which is where we were headed, after Karnak does come through that hole and he looks and he actually sees that Lockjaw was locked up there.
Mm-hmm.
And we find out later that he's been sedated. No idea what they managed to sedate Lockjaw with, but that explained where we were wondering before where Lockjaw was at.
Yep.
Yeah. It's hidden.
We then go back to X-Haven where we see that Medusa wants to get into the facility to actually look for Black Bolt. So Gorgon offers to take care of Colossus, which was a funny moment to me where they're like, well, we're two big guys that are strong, so let's do what two big guys that are strong do.
Find it out.
That was a great little line. And then once they infiltrate the facility, they actually do find Black Bolt locked up in the tank or the cube that he was in the last issue. And they find Havoc there guarding it, and he's threatening to kill Black Bolt. And essentially Medusa's like, well, if you kill him, I'm going to kill you. Like, you're going to die if you kill him.
It's a weird standoff. Because then Havoc just basically is just like, oh, I don't care anymore. Just take him.
Well, and part of that was because of the comment made about Cyclops. Like, this is really how you want to honor Cyclops. You think Cyclops would really be honored if you killed somebody in his name?
Yeah, I know. And it's just weird they have Havoc here out of nowhere. He's been gone for so long. Like, the last time I remember seeing Havoc, Trevor reminded me he was in Death of X. I didn't remember that, but before that was Axis.
He was in the very end of Death of X. He was the one that Emma made the reveal to at the end, where he was like, when she showed Cyclops' body.
See, I don't remember who I thought that was. I did not think that was Havoc for whatever reason. I don't know who.
I saw the rings. I saw the rings coming off his chest. So I thought it was Havoc, but I can't remember what actually. I haven't read much of X-Men to know what happened to Havoc, to his face.
That's what I was going to say. I was going to say, like, you probably forgot it was Havoc because the last time we've basically seen him, if you don't remember in Death of X, any other time he probably had, an unscarred face, and now his face is all scarred up.
His face was scarred up in Axis too, though. I forget how it happened. Yeah, his face was. It either happened in that series or right before that in the storyline from what was the Remender book he was in? Uncanny. Wasn't he in Uncanny Avengers?
I think he was on the Uncanny Avengers. See, I didn't read Access, so like Death of X was like the first time I had seen Havoc in a while.
Yeah, I remember because he ended up kind of being. I don't remember if he stayed bad because everybody's personalities flipped, and I don't know if he turned back. There were like a few people that ended up staying how they were, like Sabretooth and Iron Man. I think Havoc was one of them too. I just remember he was kind of a player in that event.
Okay. I'm about to go back and read it now.
And I thought they've been throwing like these weird little jabs at Johnny Storm lately.
Oh man.
Yeah, because there's that one panel where she's like, "If you kill my husband, nothing will stop me." And Johnny's like kind of standing behind her, like looking at her.
About me.
Yeah. And then at the beginning of the series, there was that weird panel where he was like flicked her with his flame. It was weird.
Yeah.
I don't know where they're going with that though.
I haven't read enough Inhumans books to know anything about their relationship.
Me either.
Me either. Because when we started this, I was like, the last time I remember seeing Johnny Storm doing anything with the Inhumans, he was with her sister. So like all of that was new for me. It was with Crystal. That was all this with him and Medusa was new to me, and I was kind of like, that's kind of weird.
That family drama.
Yeah. And then it's also like, well, Fantastic Four is in here. We got to do something with Johnny Storm. Put him with the Inhumans.
Yeah.
Let him be the redhead stepchild.
Right. Yeah.
But after Havoc, makes that decision to tell them to go ahead and take Black Ball, because he's like, you can take him, but you're stuck in limbo. There's no way to get out, so it doesn't make a difference. That's when we flash to New Jersey, where we see out of nowhere Forge talking to Moon Girl and ISO, which, like you said, this was weird because last time we saw Forge, he was unconscious.
Yeah.
They had kidnapped him.
Yeah, and he was basically, his machine was destroyed.
Yep.
He explains himself at this point, it seems like, to the new humans. And they're not super clear about it. I think he basically explains, listen, I wasn't destroying the cloud. I was putting it in this machine, and you guys can do whatever you want with it, it seemed like.
Yeah.
That's what I took it as.
And so they were cool with it, but the Inhumans don't know this, which is why they sent the new humans to destroy it, and they just followed orders, and now they feel bad about it, essentially, is what I took from all this little bit of conversation going on. That's where my mind went.
Yeah, and I see...
That's what I took to...
Oh, I was going to say, I kind of see the new humans as, like, the kids of the future. You have, like, the older generation, they're fighting. And they kind of hinted at it at the end of the last issue, because Miss Marvel was like, why are we fighting each other? They did that whole thing. So, yeah, they're kind of playing the new humans as, like, the youth of the nation.
So you're saying that the new humans are essentially like the champions? Because remember, they had that same thing going on in the Champions series.
Yeah, yep, I would agree.
Well, it's almost like, Cyclops and Miss Marvel should have some sort of credibility with each other, because how long have they been working together now? Like 6 months?
Yeah, a while now.
Book terms.
Mm-hmm.
So it's weird that, well, I don't know what happens, but that's the jump I made. Cyclops realized Miss Marvel was there. So he figured these people can't all be bad. I know this girl,
Right.
That's essentially what it is, because in the Champions book, they have an issue where they Miss Marvel and Cyclops actually have a conversation about the fact that the Inhumans and the mutants are fighting, and they're like, well, I like you, you like me, you think I'm a good person, I think you're a good person, so nothing else should really matter. Like, we shouldn't be enemies. There's no reason for us to fight each other. So they did already kind of establish that. It's just they didn't really establish it in this book. So when Cyclops meets up with Miss Marvel, it's kind of like, oh, it's Miss Marvel. I know her. Okay, we're cool. Let's work together.
Yeah.
Kind of jump into it real quick,
Yeah, jump into it.
They give you small hints, but those are like jumps you have to make with your mind if you're not reading other stuff. And it's a lot of tie-ins. And I told Trevitt, here's what I told Trevitt, is that, listen, I'm buying one of the tie-ins. I picked one of them, which is the book I'm following, Extraordinary. And those are the tie-ins I'm following. And that tie-in is not good. So I'm not going to take chances on other tie-ins in the series when I'm not sure of the quality I'm going to be getting,
Yeah.
And apparently it seems like Uncanny and All New, and a few of maybe the Inhumans book it's tied into. A lot of stuff's going down.
They probably should have took another approach with their tie-ins.
I would think so too. I think they should have chose one series that was like the main actual tie-in where you're getting the extra, in between points, and then anything else maybe possibly mention what's going on, but don't necessarily have it be an actual tie-in.
Yeah.
Because like you said, you're rolling the dice. If you don't know, if someone else hasn't already read it and told you like this is the tie-in you need for this series, you're rolling the dice, and you're probably going to strike out.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right there. That's just the comic book dilemma of life, I guess.
That is the dilemma, especially when there's multiple titles of X books.
Yeah, and just basically a glut of titles that, I mean, how many of those titles does everybody follow? I mean, there's Deadpool and Mercs, there's Inhumans, there's different X-Men titles, and those are all the different tie-ins. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of books.
A lot, yeah.
Exactly.
It's just a rant, not really anything.
It's a legitimate rant. That's a legitimate rant.
We get back. I don't know I forget where we left off, but
we're right where Forge is explaining what his machine was supposed to do.
Yeah,
and that's when Moon Girl steps in and erases it and draws something else, and essentially she figured out a way to miniaturize his machine because she's like, we're not gonna have time to build something that big, but we can build it on a smaller scale. And then that's when Forge is like, well, this is what we're going to need to build it. And they have an idea of exactly where they can go and who they can work with to build this.
Yeah. There's basically they separate from this point into 3 different teams, which they don't really tell you about either. You just kind of discover as you go through the book. And Forge, Moon Girl, and maybe somebody else go off to build the machine. Another group goes off to catch the cloud or basically spot for the cloud. And a third group goes off to collect all the Inhumans, which I don't know what part of the plan that involved, but it's a weird part of the plan to me.
Yeah, it kind of just randomly kind of jumps to that.
Because the New Humans and Inhumans plans don't coincide with each other. So what are Synapse and Reader doing collecting everybody together? You know what I'm saying?
And that's because they said later on that they're essentially the New Humans are now breaking from the ranks, like they're going against what they were ordered to do. So at this point, you're right. We don't know what their actual plan is, and some of it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. So is Synapse like telling the Inhumans to rat out the New Humans?
I have no idea.
The
way I took it was, now that they understand what Forge's machine does, the New Humans are like, all right, forget the previous plan that Queen Medusa gave us. We need to try to stop this as fast as possible. Why they chose to go get the rest of the Inhumans now, I don't know, because I feel like that's going to cause more issues because the Inhumans are ready to fight. Like, they're just ready to fight. They're not going to listen to anything. As soon as they get back, they're going at the X-Men and the mutants. Yeah.
Well, and then the other thing is, they took them all to the Philippines, so they're all gathered in the Philippines, and the other group's in Iceland. So did they take them there because that's halfway across the world?
Yeah, once we get there, I didn't really understand why they took them to the Philippines of all places.
I have a theory, but I'll give my theory when we get to that point. I do have a theory on that.
Word.
It's just, this book's very hard to talk about because every 2 pages it jumps to like a new location.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes
but the story. Yeah, but the story doesn't really go anywhere. So you come back to that same location like the next 2 pages, and you're still stuck on like the same part or scenario.
Same conversation, yeah. Yeah, I think the next part we're about to discuss is probably my least favorite part about this book. But go ahead,
yeah,
Alan.
This is where it gets crazy coming up. That's why we're all confused here about what to talk about, I think.
This is where it starts picking up. The madness starts ramping up. But then we pick back up in the world where Karnak is meditating next to Lockheed, and the portal opens up, and he's being retrieved. But it turns out that he's trying to use his powers to wake up Lockheed. And then we flash to Iceland, where the other group is going to, like you said, they're going to spot for the Cloud, and they're quickly confronted by. Well, now that I look at it, I didn't realize that they were confronted by the X-Men.
Yeah, like every X-Men we've seen in the series is basically gathered here.
Yeah.
Yeah, plus Magneto.
And this is where I kind of had an issue when Mosaic steps in. He's like, hey, can I talk to Scott real quick? And they have that off-panel conversation. Like, that should have been the time that we got the reveal of Mosaic and whatnot.
No, because they need to put that in a tie-in somewhere. That'll be in one of the tie-ins.
Without telling us. Yeah, without telling us either.
Yep, and if we don't find out what tie it is, we'll pick up number 6, and it'll just be like, wait a sec, where did that come from? When did that happen?
They're just trying to make us buy all 20 tie-ins and hopefully catch it.
Yeah.
Me and Trevitt counted last week because we did Uncanny and X-Men for the Marvel Minute, and there's 7 issues of this series, including the Zero, and there are 16 tie-ins. Or 14 tie-ins. I forget what the number was, 14 or 16.
Yeah, that's insane.
Man, that's ridiculous.
At $4 a pop, though, so that's
wow.
Boy.
$60 in tie-in.
But yeah, that was a bummer. And then, like, yeah, the X-Men kind of randomly showing up didn't really make much sense for me either.
Why would they be here, though?
Exactly.
Why would they want to be here if the Cloud is coming?
Exactly.
Do they have a base in Iceland? Because they were all on where? Muir Island? Or where was their base?
They were on Muir Island.
That's not near Iceland, is it?
I don't think so.
Not necessarily. It's over in that general direction, but it's not like next door.
No.
The only reason I would guess that they would even be there is either A, the tracking device that was in the jet, or B, they actually have another plan to counteract the mist. But I'm going to go with the jet.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the jet too.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of they think Cyclops at first is kidnapped, so they want Cyclops, and they followed the jet to get him, maybe.
And then they saw that the new humans were there, and then that's when the Emma Frost moans said, take them down.
Yeah.
And it makes me wonder, because like my when we first started this series, I had the kids at the beginning. Mm-hmm. That theory's gone now. At least I think so. And plus, like, the Cuckoo Sisters should be a bigger key in all this.
Nowhere to be found.
Found.
Yeah, they're the only other ones that know everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they kind of led us to believe that the Cuckoos would be, a big part of this. But I mean, there is one more issue. But even if they bring them in, I'm not sure if it'll make sense.
I honestly think the Cuckoos probably know more than anybody. Like, yeah, Cyclops knows what Emma, planned and what she said and everything, but the Cuckoos were actually in Emma's head.
It's basically, yeah. See, I think I thought it was Magneto, and I just overlooked Havoc, because probably the ugly face made him look old, and I just thought it was Magneto. So basically, it's Emma knows, Magneto knows, the Cuckoos, and Havoc.
Yeah.
And that's the group that knows.
Yeah, well, and now young Cyclops knows.
Yeah, through mind games.
Yeah, basically through mind games, young Cyclops knows. But none. I can see Magneto going along with it. Havoc was just like depressed, so let's X Havoc out of it. But it keeps coming back to the Cuckoos. Like, even when we did Death of X, I kept commenting on the Cuckoos. Like, the Cuckoos know the Cuckoos are going to do something in Inhumans versus X-Men. They're going to be the ones that are going to reveal everything. But we have not seen them since Cyclops' funeral.
They could still bust like you said, they could still bust that out in the last issue. But if they're not seeded throughout the series as being players, that's kind of just like
throwing it at the wall.
That's from a dream ending, basically. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what Ryan was saying. He was like, they could pull them out in the next issue, but at this point, it's not going to make that big of an impact or really make any sense. Because if, let's say, somebody didn't read Death of X and they just jump right into this, they have no idea the Cuckoos know.
Yeah.
And And like you just said, they haven't seen him. We haven't even seen him like in the background, maybe talking, maybe having a side conversation. Like, should we say something? No, we shouldn't say. Even something like that would at least let people know, like the Cuckoos know something. So when they do bring him out in the last issue, it's not a surprise.
Yeah. Or since they do know something, then they all project their minds onto everybody about to fight, and everybody then knows everything since nobody will talk to each other. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe that's what they're waiting for. Maybe they're waiting for the moment when everybody is in the same location and they're going to pull Emma's trick and they're going to project the truth to everybody at the same time.
And they're kind of starting to pull that together right now, like especially with this next scene that we get to with Colossus and Havoc, which is probably my favorite part of the book.
Oh, that's actually one of my favorite parts, and it's because it's Colossus, man. Colossus was just awesome. Every scene he was in was just awesome.
Yeah.
But after we shift from the battle between the New Humans and the X-Men plus Magneto, we jump back to X-Haven where Colossus has no surprise here, just defeated his foe, which was was it me or was their little exchange weird when he was like, what's weird? I like metal. And he's like, what does that even mean?
Yeah. Was he hitting on him?
I don't know what he was doing. It was just weird.
He either was commenting how he likes heavy metal music and it was a lame joke, or he was hitting on him. I don't know what the hell he was doing.
And it's funny because when he first said it, I thought it was a heavy metal joke, and I was like, yeah, that's a lame heavy metal joke. But then you just said that, I'm like, he could have actually been hitting on him.
Yeah. Yeah, and then he runs into Havoc like on his walk back inside to see what's up.
And Havoc is in his emo phase right now. Like, the world doesn't matter, nothing matters.
He's just like, I just let him have him. Let's go watch the fight.
Yeah, that was kind of, I like that part when he was like, come on, Peter, Forge has to have some sort of teleporting gadget. We don't want to miss the fight.
Yeah, he's got to have something somewhere.
So I just don't understand. Havoc didn't want to fight him 8-on-1, and now he's going to go fight, or he's just going to watch the fight.
It seems like he's in it for the show at this point.
Yeah, I think Havoc is. I think he's gonna get some popcorn. He just wants to see how all this unfolds because, like we said, he's one of the few people that knows the actual truth. So at this point, he's probably like, you know what? I'm just gonna watch this unfold because, I mean, if the Inhumans win, the Terrigen Mist is gonna poison us, and we're gonna be dead anyway. So I'm just gonna have a good show before I die. And
we should also mention too, I guess, Medusa's son is now at play as well. So we'll probably end up seeing him next issue to close this all out.
I forget why they wanted to go find him.
Because he was the one they said could help with the facilities they needed.
Oh, that's right. Yes. That's right. That's where Forge and Moon Girl went.
Yeah, that's where they're headed to, which will probably be another tie-in. But we jump from there to the Philippines, which we just commented on how it was weird that the Inhumans escape and they end up teleporting to the Philippines. I'm not sure if they're just there to, regroup before they go back into action, but the Philippines.
Yep.
Nice place to visit. And that's when they actually find out that they've disabled Black Bolt's voice. But in probably one of the craziest panels in the comic, Black Bolt rips out the. We speculated there was a tube down his throat.
Yeah.
And we found out here there was a tube down his throat.
Yeah, that was pretty intense.
And I guess he wasn't hooked up to anything special. He was just hooked up to a damn cell.
Yeah, they made it. Yeah, we had some crazy theories about that. It would have been a lot cooler if he was a weapon.
Yeah.
Hey, they could still break that out in number 6.
I don't see that happening.
I don't know. I don't he's out of this thing.
Oh man. But then that flashes us back yet again to the fight in Iceland where Storm is trying to talk some sense into Cyclops and find out why he's fighting against them. And Elma has that weird little bit of dialogue where she's like, me and Scott used to squabble all the time. I missed it. That was just weird to me because this is young Cyclops.
Oh yeah, that and she's just batshit crazy at this point.
Oh yeah, yeah. So it shouldn't be that weird. She's lost it officially, so it shouldn't be that weird. But another moment I thought was awesome after that because she does a psychic attack on him, is when Miss Marvel jumps in and is like, back off my friend, he's a champion. And that's something we've been seeing in the champion books is how they really stick together and try to look out for each other.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a little awesome moment. And then that's when Mosaic decides to possess Storm, which I was waiting to see where this was going to go, but then we immediately go into probably honestly one of my favorite points in the book is Magneto. I don't know which Inhuman that was.
I like that.
Who was that that decided to attack Magneto? Was that Grid?
Maybe.
I think his name was Grid. Yeah,
somebody that's got kind of magnet powers because Magneto basically laughs at his abilities with him.
That's why it was so great.
He's don't embarrass yourself.
Are you serious? He was like, "There's only one master of magnetism, and it's not you."
Yeah.
And he kind of smacks him away, and then that's when Magneto decides to stop the fight by pulling out the jet and threatening to drop it on everybody.
That was a weird. Yep. I thought that was a weird panel or cliffhanger.
Yeah,
it was a weird cliffhanger. But it made me wonder, like, has Magneto reached his limit? Is he like, this whole war is ridiculous and it's gone like too far, and Emma doesn't know what she's doing, so now I'm stepping in. Like, is that what he's doing?
Hard to say.
Yeah, I don't know either, because he's dropping it on everybody.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Yeah. There's X-Men and Inhumans down there. He's got no concern for who it is.
Well, that's why I asked, like, is he to the point where he realizes, like, this has gone too far? Like, they're pretty much fighting for a dumb reason. And so he's breaking everybody up, like, look, I'll drop this on everybody if they don't stop fighting now and just listen to reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully we find out and we don't, like, jump in when they're all hunky-dory next issue.
Yeah. Because, the next cover... The next cover has everyone bowing down to Emma Frost.
Emma's gonna go full insane and just use her powers to the fullest of her abilities and just make everybody a slave.
Yeah, I don't know how much these covers have to do with anything, because this cover had Medusa killing everybody, and she didn't do shit this issue.
Right, true.
Yeah,
that's Marvel for you.
Like, we need a cover to make people get the book. Has nothing to do with the story.
Yeah, the crazy part is we have a Uncanny coming out after the last Inhumans vs. X-Men.
Which is probably going to be like the epilogue to the series.
Yeah, something. It'll be something, all right.
It's coming out in March, so obviously it's the epilogue that's going to lead right into the April releases.
There's a Prime issue, too.
Is there?
Prime, and then Inhumans Prime, and then they're gonna.
You're right.
They're doing the number ones.
So, Branden, you had mentioned that earlier, before we got into the book, like some of the titles that you were looking forward to, or might have changed at this point.
Well, I'll tell you, it's only simply just because there's not really any characterization going on in this event. It's the two parties just as groups fighting each other.
Yeah. And
then they're gonna supposedly somehow spin this all out into like a bunch of individual titles and group books. And I mean, I don't see where the line's drawn where you have two different X-Men teams coming out of this event.
Splitting up to go their ways.
Yeah.
Like there's not enough people that are on Emma's side. There's Magneto, like we mentioned them. There's 4 people, and they're not a featured team in any book coming out. You know what I'm saying? They're not the blue or gold team.
Well, Magneto's leading one of those teams.
He's leading the young kids, isn't he?
Yeah.
But that's not, the young kids somehow end up grouping back together. They're not necessarily together right now. It's Cyclops on his own versus basically the rest of the young kids.
Yep, and Jean's somewhere completely different. Like, she's in almost another reality, basically.
Right.
Yeah, it's just everybody's very separated, and then they're supposed. I don't see how they come together and then spin out of this.
Yeah, I have to agree. I don't with all the titles and things that they're announcing after this, and the resurrection and all that. It's hard to see how anything's going to spin out of this into those books unless they do it all in the resurrection. Like unless that actually is the catalyst that resolves the bad blood. Is obvious. There's going to be bad blood at the end of this, so maybe that's what they're going to do. But you would think they would. I was going to say you would think they would use the series to lead into that a little bit more.
Yeah, we have literally one issue left to what, like solve this problem, then
that's the thing. Yeah, what do we
introduce new conflicts?
Yeah, how are we going to solve everything that's been introduced to us in this series so far?
Get rid of Emma.
There's a lot to wrap up.
get rid of Emma. It solves everything.
Yeah, here's where the series is confusing. Is that okay? 0, 1, and 2. I think most of us can universally say we're at least interesting books.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then 3, 4, and 5 have felt like nothing has happened basically.
Especially 4. When we got to 4, that was like kind of my okay. Now we're at a standstill, and we have 2 issues left. And you're not really doing anything in this 4th issue. Now we're at this 5th issue, and it barely moved things along.
Right.
Now we have 1 more issue left, plus a tie-in. So it's I'm a little worried for the outcome of this.
Yeah, it feels like it's going to come to a quickly, maybe a 5-page conclusion, and then it's going to be spent the rest of the time separating the X-Men into their new books and the Inhumans into their new books.
So essentially, we have another semi-event after this.
Oh, of course, it's Marvel. We got to keep the events rolling.
Because then it goes the Prime titles, and then the Resurrection stuff all starts.
See, I think what we have in our hands here is another clone conspiracy.
Mm-hmm.
Where, because when we talk about a clone conspiracy, when we got to issue number 5, we got to the last issue. We pretty much came to the consensus that they thought they could wrap it up in 5 issues. And then they got to issue like number 3 and number 4 was like, yeah, there's no way we can wrap this up. So let's do another event and some tie-ins. Mm-hmm. I think they thought they could wrap this up in it'll be 6 issues?
Yes.
Yes.
I think they thought they could, and then they're kind of getting to this point and they're kind of scrambling like, how in the world are we going to fix this? We have so much work to do in the Prime and in Resurrection and everything now because we didn't craft the story well enough in this event to make it easier to go into what's going to end up being, like you just said, the next couple of events for the X-Men and Humans.
Yeah. So basically, I mean, here's I guess I don't think I'm saying what I think well enough, is that these aren't. I had the perfect way to say it, and now I lost it again. It's basically like I don't get a feel for what the next books coming are going to be like.
Yeah, what's to come.
So, Kitty Pryde's coming, and she's going to be leading a team. Like, she should be somewhere in this event at this point somewhere. You know what I'm saying?
No, yeah.
Doing stuff, making connections with the people who are possibly going to be on our team.
Yeah, or at least discovering at some point, maybe now in this issue, that Emma's up to something and start filling X-Men in on what's going on so she can put a stop to this. I don't know. There needs to be just a way to wrap it up besides just the Inhumans and the X-Men deciding to just end
Work
this.
It out. Yeah.
Yeah. Because that's just a boring ending. There's no like drama to that. You know what I'm saying?
And because this is being written by Charles Soule and Jeff Lemire, and I'm not the biggest fan of Charles Soule. Jeff Lemire's stuff, his solo stuff has been great. So it makes you wonder who's actually like helming the story and all this.
Yeah. No, I agree. Yeah, it's almost like they've put their names on it and let the people writing the next books take care of it because it doesn't feel like something they've written themselves. You know?
Or maybe it's just all one giant event. Because we said that about Death of X, of how technically Death of X and Inhumans versus X-Men should be the same event. But since everyone's always complaining about how long the events are, they seem to have broke them up. So maybe that's what they're doing here.
Yeah.
Maybe like Resurrection and the Prime issues are going to be part of another event that really technically is part of this event, but they want to try to break them up.
Yeah, I hear what you're. That makes sense. Actually,
Yeah, it
I
does.
get.
I just laugh because it's ridiculous.
Yeah, because we noticed that when we started doing Death of X, and we were like, okay, Death of X is going to be it. Then it was like Inhumans versus X-Men, and the way that the story went with Death of X, it was just like, okay, when you got to the end of that, there was no actual real concrete end. It just led right into this event.
Yeah.
So that's what it just seems like. It just seems like, okay, we're not going to do one big event. We're going to do many events, and maybe nobody will notice.
They keep putting different colors lipstick on the pig. That's all they're doing.
Right.
They got the pig
right.
there. They just changed the shade of the pink lipstick from lighter to darker. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So what are you talking about? It's a different pig. Look at the lipstick.
Yeah, it just sucks that this might end up being another clone conspiracy because I don't read many Spider-Man books, and I was really enjoying the clone conspiracy. But once we got to that last issue, I think I might have said last week on the podcast, I was like, "Fuck this shit!" Like, I was so pissed. I was pissed.
Too. I literally gave it a 5.5 when I reviewed it for the site because every issue before that, and I could see it coming at the end of 4. Because my first 3 reviews were like 9, 8, 8.5, and then 4 I was like ended, and I'm like, oh shit, I don't see how this is ended.
Yeah,
this is just like one of those things that keeps going forever until.
Well, I started getting worried when they already started announcing like Scarlet Spider and everything. I was like, oh boy,
too soon.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
And then it was issue 4. I was a little worried, and then 5 came around. And it was like, oh my, what have they done?
Yep.
Oh boy.
Yeah, just I like a beginning, a middle, and an end to my stories. When I get into these events, and I'm getting towards the end of the issue count, and it still feels like I'm invested in the middle of a story, and I can't see, the end of the forest through the trees. I'm like, what the fuck did I just spend $20 on? You know
what? That's a perfect analogy because this does seem like this is like the middle of the arc. Like it seems like this should be in the middle.
Really, at the second act.
This doesn't even seem like it's about to be the end.
Yeah, we're still not any further, and we got 1 issue to go. Then the team's still fighting each other. You know what I'm saying?
And the only way to wrap it up is just to throw everything in 22 pages and just rush everything.
Yeah.
And that's when we get another clone conspiracy because that was super rushed.
Yeah, like I'm saying, if you have a 6-issue arc, which is a standard comic book arc, you can mark it as the first 2 issues, the beginning of the arc, the middle 2 issues, the middle of the arc, and the last 2 to wrap it up.
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand how they pace things lately with, squeeze everything in the first issue to grab them, which should be the first 2. Make 2 through 5 the middle of the arc where you can't tell what the fuck's going on, and then you make 6 a rushed ending because you've puttered around for 5 issues. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That yet again is another great analogy. 6 issues. When you said 6 issues, I'm like, yeah, that's standard, and that's exactly how you should do it. That's your beginning, middle, and end right there. You can wrap it up nice and clean. That gives you time to tell everything. And I mean, I guess if you wanted to, because they're going to do it anyway, you can still have a couple of tie-ins. But it's just, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, you can add 1 tie-in to each section. You know what I'm saying? The just pacing of the stories leaves very little payoff. For you to appreciate really at the end when everything's being paid off in literally the final page of the comic book. You're like, well, why did it end in one goddamn page? You're left wondering, I got to buy this now to see how it really ends.
Yeah, because right now I feel like the only way they could even attempt to wrap this up adequately in the next issue is if they make it a giant size. Because like you said, a normal 22-page book is probably not going to wrap this up satisfactory. Like, we're not going to be satisfied with the end if it's a regular 22-page book.
Yeah,
a giant size issue could do it.
Yeah, that's one thing I forgot to mention.
But then you're like, you had to make it a giant size, so technically you had to make it 7 issues instead of 6. You just slapped the last 2 issues together.
Yeah, I'm cool with.
You didn't tell the story properly.
I'm definitely cool with the giant size for the last issue, like make it a the big hoorah. But as long as it pays off and it's perfect. It would have to be perfect for it to really be an oversized issue.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, I hope it ends well. Like I said, I just enjoyed the beginning of the series so much, the beginning conflict so much that the way it's ending is just catching me off guard, and I'm enjoying it less every time I pick up an issue.
Yeah. I definitely like this issue more than last.
It should be the opposite. It should be my excitement should be building with each issue. It shouldn't have peaked 3 issues back, and now I'm left like, all right, just wrap this up already. I hate feeling like that to read a story.
It's like they have a great idea for a story, and Marvel just says go with it, but they have no idea how to end the story.
Well,
they just have a great idea for how it should start. Like, it should start like this, and then Inhumans and X-Men are fighting because of this, and then this happens, and they're like, that's great, do it. And then it gets to issue 4 and 5, and they're like, how do we end this?
Yeah, it's hard to say. It's hard to say where Marvel's like taking everything like after this, because they have possible Generations thing coming out, so they're trying to do like their rebirth with these new X-Men titles. So it's going to be interesting to see how this all forms together, and if it's just like 2 separate universes almost.
I think it's going to be one. I think it's going to be one universe, but they're going to make it feel like 2, because I think that Resurrection is going to be the X-Men side of the universe rebirth, and then the Generations one is going to be the rest of the Marvel universe rebirth, which is going to be weird.
So weird.
A rebirth within a rebirth.
Yeah. Fucking A.
Yeah, I think it's just kind of a way to pace, instead of the way they've done it, which is dump number 1s in a month, and have books lost in the shuffle. It's a way to pace it out a little bit, just under 2 different banners, essentially, Generations and Resurrection.
Hopefully.
Because I haven't really studied that Generations teaser too much. It's what? Just basically heroes and their what's that fancy word everyone likes to use?
Proteges?
Yeah, essentially that.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
It's just them side by side?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. It's like not even pretty much. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
It's like Captain America and Sam Wilson. It's Thor and Jane Foster Thor. It's
all the Miss Marvels.
Yeah, all the Miss Marvels and everything. That's essentially what it is.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have to look at it. I'll have to hunt it down and look at it, because I'm trying to I like to be surprised, so I don't movies and comic book wise about what I'm reading. So I don't really like to dive into the solicits, because like obviously you'll find out about Scarlet Spider, but that ruins your enjoyment for the ending of Clone Conspiracy.
Exactly.
Isn't that what I said when they released it? I was like, that kind of messes up for me.
Yeah. That was the first sign.
As a Scarlet Spider fan, I was happy to know that I'm getting a Scarlet Spider book, because I've been asking for it. But at the same time, I was upset. I was like, you could have revealed that at the end of the Clone Conspiracy.
Yeah, that would have been that would have been a lot cooler to be surprised about than find out you got a new number 1 coming out
already
2 months before the series ends.
Yeah, think about that. You're reading the story, and then you turn to that very last page, and it's just the cover of the first issue was like, coming in 2 months, Scarlet Spider number 1. You're like, oh my goodness.
Right. I mean, I know the stores got to get their orders in and stuff, but sometimes the solicits, unless it's really like a long running series that you don't care about spoilers for, it sucks to know what villain's coming down the line, because you can just see the endings to stories before they come.
Yeah, not a fan of diving into solicitations myself.
Yeah.
But see, that's the thing for the stores. The stores get information on stuff a lot sooner than we do. Even with the solicitations, like they get it a lot sooner, like because they have to make their orders like 3 months in advance.
Mm-hmm.
So they know 3 months in advance who's on what book, what title's coming out, and that's even before a Marvel or a DC will actually start announcing to the public, like, oh yeah, we got this Bane series coming out, or yeah, we got the Scarlet Spider book about to come out. So you could still do that. You could still let the stores have their solicitation where they know what's coming, but don't
Don't spoil it
bombard
for the readers.
us with it.
Yeah,
I know. That's the one. One of the crappy things about the internet is everyone just wants information out there. They want to know, and then it trickles down to even the people who really don't want to know. And
it's hard to avoid sometimes.
Yeah, that's the boat we're in. Literally, I won't go on Twitter before I pick up my comics on Wednesdays a lot of times because people start posting panels to
that's what I was about to
things
say.
I haven't even picked up yet. And I'm like, come on, at least give me
a day
till
or
9
two.
o'clock at night.
Yeah, exactly.
You see those posts and it says spoilers inside, but the cover picture is like the character to die. You're like, wait a second, you just spoiled it right there.
Yeah, you didn't need to tag it because you just ruined it while I was going through my timeline.
Oh boy, good stuff. But yeah, as we always do for the Marvel Minute Inhumans segment, let's go around and say if we're going to buy, borrow, or forget about this issue. I'll let you go first, Alan.
Wow. I can't say that I would forget about this issue just because it goes with the overall story arc. But if I had my choice, I would not have bought this. I would have borrowed this from somebody.
Yeah. No, I mean, just to jump in next, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I mean, if I had to fork the money over for it at the store and buy it and go home and read it, like I would have been mildly disappointed at the money I spent. I would have rather borrowed it from somebody if I was given the choice prior to walking in. You know what I'm saying?
No doubt.
Yeah.
I'm
knowing the result.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with you guys, and I would have to borrow it from you, either you or Alan.
Yeah.
After you guys borrowed
I
it.
would literally. I feel like if you read 0, 1, and 2, and then 6, you would have a good little series on your hands.
I agree, and 3. 3 was helpful.
Yeah, just see the setup, I guess.
But 4 was 4 was my least.
4 is where we start going like, oh boy.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, for the last 2.
Awesome. Well, as always, thank you for joining us, Branden. Where can everyone find you if they want?
Yeah, you guys can find me anytime you're looking for me on Twitter, usually at bmer3660 is the handle there.
Awesome. Sweet. Well, if Trevitt's awake, we're going to go hop on to Flash number 17. Here we go.
All right, guys.
All right.
All right.
And this is the Flash number 17. We are also with Trevitt from the other half of Marvel Minute. How you doing, Trevitt?
Not bad. How you guys doing?
Doing good. Doing good. Glad to have you guys on this week.
Yes.
But yes, Flash number 17, written by Joshua Williamson, art by Carmine D. Giandomenico, David Gianfelice, Neil Gouge, colors Ivan Plancia, and Chris Sotomayor, with letters by Steve Wands. And
bravo.
There's a lot of characters on this roster.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah.
And it was definitely,
it's its own rogues gallery.
It really tackling the Flash. But we pick up right where the last issue ends. Captain Cold has no problem using the anti-Speed Force weapon to take Flash on an ice roller coaster through Central City, creating enough friction between himself and the cold air. Flash is able to break the black hole tech, but the other rogues have caught up to Flash and Snark and take him down while he's fatigued. And from there, Glider takes things up a notch and threatens to end Flash's life with the weapon, which would make sense and solve everyone's problem. But with the Flash's luck, when he broke the hold earlier from Snark, it malfunctioned the weapon, making it backfire on Glider and the rogues, and kind of knocking them all out. We then jump to Warden Gregory's Wolf's office at Iron Heights, where Wally has nabbed some files to clarify his suspicion of Reverse Flash being his father. And there the issue ends with a much-needed ass-kicking Paper Cut by the Rogues.
Oh, boy. Paper Cut.
Yeah, I was telling Alan off air, because he's hated Paper Cut since the beginning, since he was since we picked up the issue 12 or 5 issues or whatever.
Something like that.
But Paper Cut has not been on our good side lately, so it was good to see Snark
He's such
take
a
things
dollar
over.
store villain.
Yeah.
Yes. The
Dollar
most
store
throwaway villains you can get is Paper Cut.
Yeah, I think I want to say that's why he was created, just for this like payoff of Snark taking things over back at Iron Heights.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he was just a throwaway guy for what we had when the rogues weren't around.
Right.
Because it seems like the whole series has been building towards this big rogue story.
And they was like, nice. we need something. Paper Cut, awesome, do it.
Do it.
Yeah.
Get him introduced. Have Snark kick his ass.
I'm not sure. I remember when people were trying to figure out if he was like a rogue, like in the Flash's rogue gallery. Like, is he, or is he just something?
He was a brand new character.
He's brand new?
Yeah.
Ryan, I told you my theory when they first showed Paper Cut was that somebody at the offices was watching Pete and Pete, and they saw the episode with Paper Cut and was like, that'd be an awesome villain.
Throw him in there. I'm fine with that. I love Pete and Pete.
Yeah, I love Pete and Pete too, so...
It's funny because I've always said like that was one of my favorite episodes of Pete and Pete was the episode where they introduced Paper Cut, but I'm not a fan of this Paper Cut.
Not at all.
No, this one's nowhere near as cool.
What were some of your guys' thoughts on this issue? Because I think everyone's been following it since this arc at least.
I thought it was a little flat from the last issue. I mean, because the build up from the past couple issues were like, I was so hyped, and then when we got into this, it I thought it was good. It just didn't deliver the way I thought it was going to.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you in a sense. Like, it probably didn't end on like a crazy roller coaster, but it still ended, I think, enough to. What I'm trying to say is like it ended well enough to kind of open things back up later on once Snark's back around. Plus, they are trying to get to the button, it seems like, with that next prelude, more than likely.
How far off is the button from 17? Is it?
It's like 3 issues.
Yeah, the first part is Batman 21, and then the second part is Flash 21.
Yeah, because I say that because I think the button is taking place at Belle Rev as well at some point. And that's where Wally's heading, and because that's where Reverse Flash is, which we didn't know that.
I forgot.
I forgot. Yeah. There.
Last time I saw him was Suicide Squad. New Suicide Squad.
Was it when he broke his leg?
I think so. Yeah, it was a while ago.
Ryan, what did I say?
Got it.
I called it. Yeah, they went on that mission to it was like Moscow or something like that, where they were they were trying to create super soldiers or something, and they had the dude's name was like Red Sun or something crazy like that, and he ended up breaking Reverse Flash's leg.
All right, yeah, that sounds familiar. It was a while ago, and I read so much stuff it all just blends together. But I think that's all I know is the last time I saw him was in New Suicide Squad, and now all of a sudden he's Wally's dad, which I figured they would do anyway when they brought back the redheaded Wally West. Yeah.
But I did like the little banter between Flash and Snark though, because it's kind of been, like you were saying, building up a little bit, and it's been like a constant battle between Snark and Flash throughout. So their banter was all right, I thought.
I thought it was it was great, and Barry believes in him.
That's what I was about to say. Is I like the banter, but I especially like the optimism from Barry. Like I like that definitely. Where he's like, you mean to tell me that you went to Star Labs and you studied this tech and you were able to actually build this weapon? Like you're a genius. Like imagine if you were using your brains for good. Imagine what you could do.
You'd be making millions.
And
he's like, you're better than this.
Was it the New 52 Flash? I don't want to think that I'm blending Flash stories together, but I think it was the New 52 Flash where future Barry, when friggin' Snart was dying in the hospital and he came and visited him and he had like that heart-to-heart with him before he died.
Okay.
Like, wasn't that when they did that whole blue Flash or something like that?
Yeah. That was when Barry, it was the blue suit Barry from the future, and like it was kind of like Barry versus Barry. I lasted for like almost 2 trades. It was like half of one trade, then another trade, then a half of another trade. He was around, and
that was New 52.
Yeah, and it showed their special relation. Like they're like the heroes and villains like that have a special relationship. Like there's a difference between like a Flash and a Batman. Like Batman's villains are all like afraid of him in one way or another, but Flash can like sit down and have a coffee with one of his villains, you know.
Right. And Snark's always had that code. Snark's always had that code of, you know, not killing.
Yeah, so they have a mutual respect for each other,
Right,
you know.
right.
I know we're talking DC, but you can kind of compare it to a Professor X and a Magneto.
Yeah.
They're on two total opposite sides of the fence, but yet and still there's enough of that respect to where they would sit down, have a coffee, play chess, discuss things and everything before they go back out and fight each other.
Yeah, and I've always loved like hero-villain relationships like that too.
Oh yeah.
So like there's really something special between Captain Cold and the Flash.
That'd be a good top 10 list.
Yeah, it really would be a good time.
Man, we spawning other episodes out of this one.
Hero villain special relationships.
Right.
I think it also shows that his optimism was correct in him with Captain Cold, because he immediately was telling Golden Glider, like, you don't want to do this. I don't want, like, he was slipped and almost said, I don't want this for you. You don't want this for you.
Yeah.
You know, if anybody's going to do it, let me put the blood on my hands and not you. But I mean, I doubt that Captain Cold would have, if he was.
No.
He wouldn't have done it, because he said in the last issue the only thing he wants to do is be able to say that he got one over on the Flash. All he wants is one.
Yeah, Golden Glider did not care. She was ready to take him out.
Yeah,
she was
having
it.
Patience.
She's like, we've been at this for years. Like, come on now.
And she's right. She's right.
This guy takes us apart every time and ruins every score
Exactly.
every time. I'm so sick of this bullshit. Like,
but what's funny was like, Heat Wave ruined it this time. Like, this is all Heat Wave's fault. They could have got away. They could have got that one.
Yeah. It really could have. I mean, this is going to continue, though, right? Like, this isn't over with the Rogues, because I think on the cover, who's on the next cover? Is it Weather Wizard? No, Mirror Master or something?
Oh, is it? I didn't see the next cover yet.
I think so.
I didn't see the next cover yet.
And, I mean, it's definitely not over, especially with Captain Cold and that prison. Like, maybe this arc is set up for something bigger down the road, like what Snark's doing in prison. I mean, like at the end, I think we have like Murmur and Girder and like so many other rogues. What's that? The nuclear guy's name?
Yeah, it's weird.
Was it like Nuclear Skull or something like that? Like
that's somebody else. I think that's like a Superman or a Supergirl villain.
If this helps, Trevitt, it was in that 6-issue miniseries Legions.
Oh,
I should have got it. I should have got it since we're doing this.
But
I can't remember.
I'm going to agree this is going to lead to something bigger later on down the road, because
so, yeah.
Snark's last comment was Captain Cold is the new boss in Central City.
Yeah, I think so.
Essentially, he's setting himself up to essentially be the DC Flash version of Kingpin.
Yeah,
like all crime is going to go through Captain Cold.
That'd be cool and believable. I love it.
He's smart enough for it.
It's killing me not to remember this guy's name. I'm looking at him right now. He's got like the green and the skull. I remember him from the Jeff Johns run. One of the prison wardens had him powering the prison, and it was like a big story arc. It was pretty crazy, but like I forget his name.
Yeah, because doesn't he have to wear like a containment suit or something?
Yeah, he has to wear a containment suit. Yeah, but that's pretty cool that he's bringing out all these characters.
Yeah,
like,
that's good.
So after the Button, we're going to get like this crazy story that probably builds in the background over the course of the Button. It would be nice if they
fine with
touch
that.
on that. Yeah, I'm fine with that too.
Because I kind of want to get past the Button to get back to this Rogue story.
Yeah, me too. Because I mean, I know that's going to be their big DC Rebirth like reveals for like this that's coming up is going to be the Button and Superman Reborn. So we're going to get Reborn first.
Yep.
And somewhere before that ends, we're going to get the Button. Yeah. So we're going to get a lot of answers, hopefully, or more answers that lead to more questions, most likely.
More likely.
Yeah. More likely that.
We have to wait till
some summer events coming too.
I would say we'll be waiting until the summer.
The Rebirth.
It's going to be like they said 2 years before the big story ends. So
that's why I'm not like rushing to find out like what the whole Button thing. I'm intrigued to read it, but I know, since I already know that it's another year or two away from the main story, you know, cool, you can tease me, but
Yeah.
I'll just wait.
I'm gonna be honest. I did not know we were a year or two away from the main story.
I think this summer, at least this summer, is when we get one of the big ones.
Well, actually, my bad.
I was gonna say that I do want to jump into the button just because I want some kind of, even if it's a little small bits of answers, but also I want that lenticular cover. I have to admit they intrigued.
Sold you on it.
They sold me on it when I saw the lenticular cover. I was like, yeah. I need to get that.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna get the lenticular cover too. So.
Yeah. Like I called in. I think the last day that the comic stores had to order it, and was like, yeah, I need you guys to order me some lenticular covers.
I think because when did it start? June, July, right? I mean, May's a couple of months before it, so I think maybe Reborn and the Button might be the things for this year, because it does almost cap off the end of the first year of Rebirth, and then we're halfway through the story. So I know All-Star Batman's doing some kind of event towards the summer, or not All-Star Batman, but maybe Scott Snyder and Greg Capullo are doing some Batman-based DC event over the summer or something like that.
Some talks of something they're doing. Yeah, I can't remember what it was.
So I think it's gonna like focus on Batman, but I think but everybody's gonna be there. So I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I'm excited because DC's been killing it with everything they do. Even like if you just read DC, like even if you read a book that's not that great, it's still better than most good Marvel books. I would agree.
It's man, when we got done talking about Inhumans versus X-Men, like. Yeah, we kind of got into that a little bit. Not like necessarily about the DC, but just like the overall storytelling in Marvel right now.
Yeah, it's bad. Right? I mean, I love Marvel.
Yeah,
I love DC and Marvel the same. Like, I want both of them to be just as good. Like, I want to get great stories from all my favorite superheroes. Right. But right now, Marvel is just killing me. Like, I mean, they have Moon Knight, like, and some cool shit, but
you got Jeff Lemire.
Yeah, they got some good Lemire books. I mean, it's X-Men. I wasn't too crazy on that, but Thanos is fantastic right now, and Moon Knight is great, and I haven't gotten far into Old Man Logan, but I hear that is fantastic. So
Old Man Logan is really good.
Yeah,
and Invincible's been good.
Yeah, the Invincible's been good. Infamous Iron Man's been good. There are a bunch of good books, but out of like 60 books, maybe there's like 15 good books.
Yeah, if that, for me personally.
Yeah, and DC maybe out of like even like a say like 35 books, maybe like 25 of them are pretty damn good, and like 20 of them are really good, and I mean, they all got some good stories going for like one person or another. Not every story connects with every person, but everybody loves what's going on. They got Young Animal, they're starting Wildstorm. That first issue is fantastic. So.
Yeah, still haven't. I don't know. I want to dive into that Wildstorm, but I have no like familiarity with it.
But that's the beauty. You don't have to. Like, that Warren Ellis is writing it, so you don't like have to even think about the past of Wildstorm. Like, This is square one, so it all starts right here. Like, some of the characters have the same names as characters that were in Wildstorm, but he's starting this fresh.
Fresh. That's what's up.
Yeah, clean slate. So it's pretty cool, because I don't know anything about past Wildstorm either, and I enjoyed the hell out of the issue.
I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, it's fun. I mean, there's no Midnighter or Apollo like there used to be, because they're in DC now, so it's different. I've done research.
Flash, though, he brought back hope. No, it's all good. That's what we do. He brought back hope for that kid, though, at the end, and brought back the Corto Maltese statue.
Yeah, the Mercury statue.
And so that was a good moment. And that's when he was talking about himself.
I guess they need all the hope they can get in Corto Maltese.
Right. And Central City. Jeez.
Carmine DNGN Domenico, I'm so bad with his last name. I love his art. At first I was kind of put off by it, but the more I've read, like the more issues we've gotten into it, like I really appreciate his art, and I love the way he draws Flash when he's running around rooms or in fight scenes, or just like searching a scene for evidence. Like even that, like it's so great to look at.
You get the sense of him actually moving around throughout the pages.
Yeah, you really do. It's amazing. Like, Francis Manipool did a great job too.
Oh, yes.
When he did it. everybody has their own different takes, but this is great. This is really great.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, I didn't mind the shift in the art. Like, 'cause the other art was super like throwback for me, and I was loving it.
It was. I mean, I think Neil Googe tried to like do his best to like stay within the kind of feel of the regular art that was going on, but at the same time, it was his own style.
Yeah, it definitely stood out for me. But it was still a good standout to change it up.
Like when Mirror Master was shooting Flash with his mirror gun.
Yeah, when they all show up.
Yeah, I think that was the page that he was doing. And at the top of the page, Flash is like spiraling his arms, and he knocks Weather Wizard into a wall.
Yeah,
like,
that was a really cool, badass scene because he was like super fatigued, and he was like still like kicking ass. Because it's funny,
it was awesome.
He kicked the bombs that Trickster threw, and like
I think that was Googe.
Okay, yeah, the way it was drawn, it just you could actually see the struggle that he was having with it. It was good. The art's amazing.
It really made you feel like that gun really took a toll out of him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Because he had to use everything just to break that hold that he was under.
That whole fight, you could there was really good facial expressions.
Especially when he breaks out of it. Because I think that's when the art changed as well.
Yeah, it has like two pages of Googe, 3 pages, and by the 4th page we go back into Gian Domenico.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
It's nice though. I like it. It's not off-putting.
No,
they find art that complements each other, and they use 2 colorists who color it where even the color fits from page to page. So Sotomayor is good, and Placencia is really good.
It could be worse. It could be that Suicide Squad.
Oh boy, did you read that?
Which
Trevitt?
one?
The latest one?
Past issue?
Yeah.
Yeah, I read it.
Oh boy.
I'm bad to ask because I mean I thought that issue was pretty off, but normally I'm a big fan of Romita.
Same here. And
that's what he spent the whole episode saying. Was like that whole segment he spent saying like, normally I'm a fan, but this.
Yeah, it was whack.
It was hard to accept. Like it just there were scenes that.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was gonna say there were like pages in that book that just looked so off and so bad, and everybody's so big and blocky and fat. Like it's crazy.
Man, yeah. He took my comment to another level because I was talking about the blockiness, but I was mostly concerned with like I hate the Killer Croc design they got going on now.
Yeah, that and Harley Quinn. Like, think about it. Like Jim Lee, Tony Daniel, Jason Fabok. When you see Harley Quinn, she looks sexy, but she looks like she's wearing like BBW clothes in Romita's art. Not to be.
No. She's just drawn chunky.
She's
in
drawn
art
chunky.
Style.
It looks really, really weird. She looks like all square-headed and.
Especially Captain Boomerang, too. All of them really, but Captain Boomerang and Harley Quinn like had like the most, and Rick Flag had square heads.
Oh my god! Oof. And friggin' what's his name? Deadshot.
Yes.
Dude. Oh my god. That's so bad.
That's for another episode.
That'll make you appreciate this Flash issue even more.
Way more.
It makes it so refreshing when you think about it.
It really does. And it's funny, too, because like, we recorded some of those books earlier, and I was like super tired. And like, if you listen to this episode, you'll like notice the difference in my excitement. Plus, like, me being super tired and like kind of starting to get sick. And then like, kind of meh books overall. I was just like,
Yeah.
But but good stuff.
You mean this week in general, like this?
Yeah,
like
or for the episode comics.
For the episode, yeah.
Yeah, I feel that. I felt the same way this week.
But yeah,
I mean,
I think we have event fatigue.
I think we all do.
Yeah, it's starting to wear
a little heavy. Let's just start calling them crossovers and give everybody a break.
Well, our joke this week is this is like our last crossover event because we got Marvel Minute versus Columbus Comics Corner. who will come out on top? Yep.
Oh man,
exactly. Good stuff.
Are you guys gonna buy into the events, like Secret Empire and?
I think
I think I
Alan's
need
more
to
on the
find out a
side.
little bit more about it because I'm more willing to give a chance to an event, like except for like Monsters Unleashed. I was like, nope, I'm not, nope,
Yeah, I
nope,
didn't touch
nope,
that
not gonna
either.
do it.
Oh,
But
I'm reading that.
I'm more willing to give an event a chance.
I mean,
Like,
I'm going for it. It's like a big. It's supposed to be Marvel's rebirth. I want to see how they think they're gonna pull it off. So
Yeah, I plan on asking you after like a couple of issues what you think.
I mean, Steve McNiven, Andrea Sorrentino. I mean,
Yeah, I love Andre Sorrentino.
You know?
Is pretty dope.
Pretty dope.
He's
And
been doing the
friggin'
last Old Man Logan issues.
Steve McNiven. Steve McNiven is amazing. Like
Yes.
the first Civil War, the original Old Man Logan. Like, oh my God, that art is so crazy vivid. Like, I feel like I'm watching a movie when I read his books.
They're putting care into it. I'll give them that.
Yeah,
they're,
most definitely.
they're calling the big guns now. They're like, you know what? Some of this isn't working. Let's switch things up. Let's get some stellar classic people who've done stories for us in the past to re-energize. Yeah, let's re-energize everything.
And they're putting it all behind Nick Spencer. Oof.
Oof. Yeah, that's for another podcast.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah.
But yeah, as the Marvel Minute does, let's go around and say if we're gonna buy, borrow, or forget.
That sounds cool.
Go ahead, Trevor. You can go first since you're the
I
guest
want
this
to
week.
go. All right, cool. This is a buy for me. Most definitely 100%. Not just because The Flash is one of my top 3 favorite superheroes of all time, but because even with multiple artists on this book, it still looks fantastic, and this book is consistently fun. Even the not so great issues are, better than most issues of other books to me. So, I love this book. It's a complete buy. I love the story. I love the whole thing between Captain Cold and Barry. Anytime the Rogues show up, it's a good deal for me. So, I'm good. That's a buy.
Oh yeah, Alan.
Well, for me, it is also going to be a buy. I did enjoy the art, like I said, even though you had a couple different artists, but I mean, you barely notice. Enjoyed the dialogue between Captain Cold and the Flash. Enjoyed seeing the Rogues again. Enjoyed this whole entire arc in general. I mean, I was burnt last year with the whatever issue that was, the introduced paper cut, and since we started this has re-energized my love for the Flash. I think it's funny you said it's one of your top 3 favorite superheroes. I've said it oftentimes on the show. Spider-Man and the Flash were my first 2 superheroes that I fell in love with, and they always hold a special spot in my heart.
Most definitely.
Hell yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be a buy for me as well. Yeah, I've said it before on here. Like, I really didn't dig. I think it was issue 12 that we might have done that we read.
It might have been.
But yeah, I really wasn't feeling it. But this arc has really rejuvenated my love, because I love the Flash again. One of my favorite characters as well. And this arc has set me right to keep picking up this book. And a lot of good stories to tell. So I'm looking forward to everything.
Yeah, it really has recharged. This because it was waning for a couple minutes, for a little while, and then I've always liked it, but it did start to head downwards. But then when it popped up with this Rogue story, it really got me back in action.
Yeah, same here. But hell yeah, cool. Well, thank you, Trevitt, for coming on this week, man. We're definitely
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, I think next month, more likely we're gonna be doing Kill or Be Killed together, so that's gonna be fun.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Yes. Where can everyone find you on the interwebs if they want?
You can find me on Twitter at Afronaddict or on Instagram at Trevitt's Comics if you want to see all my nonsense purchases.
Yes, go see his stack of trades and all his physical copies. It's insane.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But awesome. Cool, everyone.
It has to be done.
Yes, it does. Cool. We're gonna move on.
That'll bring us to our next book, which is going to be Action Comics number 974, which features Dan Jurgens as writer, Patch Zachary and Steven Segovia on pencils, and let's see, I lost my place there for a minute. Patch Zacher and Art Thibert on inks. We pick up where the last issue left off with Superman and Steel flying off. Turns out that they were actually headed to Superman's other Fortress of Solitude, which I did not know he had a backup Fortress of Solitude. Once they're in there, they talk to one of them, his Kryptonian machines, to tell it to try to figure out what's going on with Superwoman Lana Lang. And a comment is made which sparks an idea in Superman's head. We then flash to a board that is being constructed by Lois Lane to try to figure out who this new human Clark Kent is. And it's kind of interesting because it kind of touches on a few key things from Superman's past, even pre-Flashpoint. Then she's interrupted by this human Clark. It's time for their date that they set up for the last issue, and he's going all out, limousine, and turns out he's going to take her to a fancy restaurant. Meanwhile, back at the Fortress of Solitude, Superman's idea is, since Superwoman got her powers from a Kryptonian technology may be able to save her. So he places her into a Kryptonian battle suit, which, sidebar here for those who don't know, especially for you, Ryan, I know you probably was wondering about this. This is the suit that regenerated Superman when he died.
Okay.
Like when he first reappeared with the black costume, he popped out in this suit.
Okay.
We then go back to the other Fortress of Solitude that's in the Himalayas, where Henshaw and his team have arrived and they're about to go in. After we get another glimpse of Lois Lane feeling uncomfortable with this human Clark Kent, we go back once again to the Himalayas, and we find out that the soldier that they sent in there has actually had his mind taken over, and the Fortress of Solitude then explodes. Human Clark tries to propose to Lois. She rejects him and leaves, and he decides to follow her, where he finds her having dinner with John Kent and I guess we could say the real Clark Kent. And this is the point where he has a breakdown and says that he figured out that the boy is not her cousin's son, but her son, and that she's with someone who looks just like him, and that he's ruined everything, and that now it is time to have some real fun. And that is where we end this issue.
Oh, you forgot the part with what's that dude's name? Blank. When
you said the part with when he took over the soldier's mind.
Yes. So
yeah, well, I just didn't say it was Blank that took over his mind, but yeah, it was Blank.
Okay. And
he took over and he blew up the Fortress of Solitude, and I guess you're also referring to the part where he's laughing in the rubble.
Yes, and we'll get to that once we do. But overall, this was a lot easier to follow than the last issue, like not being a but a Superman reader. I kind of wish some of that info that they dumped on us at the beginning of this issue kind of would have been in the first issue. I think that would have been a helpful start for some new readers. But overall, definitely wasn't bad. What was it? The Himalayans secret. That whole part threw me. That's where Blank was, right? He was in the Himalayan.
Yeah, he was in the Himalayan Fortress of Solitude.
Yeah, that part I was a little confused about when it blew up, because it didn't really explain how it could have blew up. But that's more of kind of a nitpick. Again, they just didn't really give us a description on that. But this Clark, was it Clark Smith?
Clark. No, it's Clark Kent.
The one that's on the date.
Yes. Okay. That's Kent.
Okay. So the creep factor.
Man,
totally changed. Totally changed in this issue.
Yeah, because he showed up in the limo, and then he took her to like a fancy restaurant, and then he pulled the ring out, and she's like, "Please don't let that be what I think it is."
Yeah,
and
when he pulled the ring out,
he was like, "I promise I'll do whatever it takes to make you happy," and she's kind of like, "Oh, what?"
Yeah, when he pulled that ring out, I was just like, "Okay, he's taking it to the next level. He is."
We're meant to be together. And...
Yeah, because he does believe, for some reason or another, that they are meant to be together. Do you have any theories on who? Does this issue kind of give you any more theories of who it possibly could be?
Well, if you remember the last issue, I theorized that he was going to probably be the Eradicator, but now I have no idea because they talked about how he has a lot of similar memories as Clark, and I wasn't aware of all the steps they had went through before to try to figure out, like, how did she comment how Batman went undercover and gave him a lie detector test and he passed, and they did some kind of DNA scan or something like that, and he's passed every test so far. So at this point, I am at a loss because, I mean, theoretically, it could still be the Eradicator because from what I remember, the Eradicator did have the memories or had the ability to get the memories of Krypton.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I guess if he found a way to get Superman's memories, possibly. I'm not sure if he got them during the whole death and resurrection story arc back in the 90s. So I'm not really entirely sure who this guy is right now. I think it could still possibly be the Eradicator, but I am not as sure as I was last issue.
Okay. Yeah, they're trying to pull off something here, and we're gonna find out. Because I didn't know this was like we were just talking with Branden. You know, I don't read the solicitations, or do I usually read Superman books? So I didn't know that this was just kind of a prelude to go back into Superman's book. So we'll definitely have to pick up there.
Yeah, I didn't know that either until I got to the end of this, and I was like, "Oh, okay, so this is going to pick up in Superman Reborn."
But yeah, I mean, this issue did pique my interest in, you know, wanting to read Superman 17 to see what happens.
18.
Or 18, thank you. And the whole, I'm still... Another question I have is, like, it seems like Blank might know more than we think. Because he might actually already know what's going on and who the Superman is.
He could, because since the last issue, they've really made it a point to put him out there. Like, because in the last issue, he was kind of like... Superman just kind of saw him in like one panel and something was said and that was about it. But now he's come back and we see the forces exploding and we see like he may play a bigger role in this than what was previously led on to.
Yeah, we'll have to see how Henshaw plays into this as well, because he was like, you know, barely touched on in this issue when they went to the Himalayas.
Yeah, and of course I was hoping my theories on Henshaw were going to be answered in this issue, and those aren't answered yet either.
Yeah, I think I read a review where that actually is Hank Henshaw. Was that one of your questions that you had?
Yeah, but my theory originally was that the human Clark Kent was the Eradicator, and that this was Hank Henshaw, the cyborg Superman.
Okay. Yeah, because in a couple of the reviews I've read, they had mentioned that because they said his name as Hank Henshaw, so I wasn't sure if that actually just is flat out Hank Henshaw for now.
Yeah, for all I know, it could just be the new 52 Hank Henshaw, even though I don't know, it's weird because when they did the new 52, the only two characters whose history essentially didn't change was Superman and Batman. Like, supposedly everything that happened to them had happened in that 5 years that we had originally before it became the 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
So that would mean that if that's the case, then there should be no 52 version of Hank Henshaw. He should still be Cyborg Superman.
Okay.
And I know Cyborg Superman has showed up in a couple of new 52 series. I think he was a Lantern at one point.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, he was I think like a Red Lantern or a yellow. He was one of those off-color lanterns, red or yellow.
Yeah, that dinner scene was pretty awkward for me because, you know, you have both Clark and Lois lying to each other over dinner.
Yes.
So I wonder,
while the stalker's outside in the bushes.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if that's gonna, you know, rattle things up between the two at some point. Maybe that's why it wasn't mentioned. Because you think that they would flat out tell each other what they've been doing all day, since they both know who each other are.
Yeah, but I don't think that... See, I don't know what the relationship is between Lois and Lana right now. I know he made the comment of when the New 52 Superman died that that's how Lana got her powers.
Yeah.
And that somehow it also affected Lois. So I'm not sure if that was like maybe a bad memory he doesn't want to bring back up for her. But I could see why Lois would lie to him about, trying to find out. Well, not even trying to find out who this Clark is. I can see why she would lie to him about the date and the fact he proposed and all that stuff. I can see her being like, I'm not even going to open that bag of worms.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
So I'll just tell him nothing happened.
Right. No, yeah, like I said, though, this has me excited to jump into Superman 18 to see how this all unfolds, and I'm wondering how many issues that will be. I'm hoping 2 or 3 at the most.
Same
3
here.
at the most.
I think the first issue they should kind of maybe reveal who he is, and then the rest of it is spent wrapping up the story arc because he's got some kind of evil plan now.
Yeah, and we'll find out what Blank's doing and all this.
Yes.
But yeah, I'll say it again. Like, I felt this was a better issue for a newer reader, like myself, to Superman and Action Comics. Doing some twists and turns and a lot of mystery there to unravel.
Keep me interested.
Right. But sweet. Yeah, that's all I really have for that book, unless you had any crazy theories.
No, not unless he's some kind of psychic clone that Blank made. I'm throwing stuff at the wall now.
Hey, that's a possibility. You never know.
Yeah, maybe he found a way to make a psychic clone.
Just throw everything at the wall, and you'll be able to pick one of them if they're right.
Yeah, like maybe he couldn't actually read Superman. I mean, he couldn't control Superman's mind, but he can read it, and that's how you get the similar memories or whatever.
Right.
I don't know. I still hope it's the Eradicator.
For Alan's sake, let's hope it's the Eradicator, everyone.
Yes, yes.
Awesome, cool. You want to move on to the next book?
Yeah, let's jump to the next beast.
And that's going to bring us to Tank Girl Gold, number 4. The last issue of this little mini-series. It was a little bit of a delay. We, it just made my anticipation level even higher. I think it was pushed back, I want to say it felt like a month, maybe a month or two. No, yeah, so it was supposed to come out last month. But yes, it's finally here, and written by Alan Martin, drawn in letters by Brett Parson, with additional colors by Ned Ivory. The team's planned attack on the army doesn't go so well, with Jet Girl and Sub Girl disappearing off the radar, Amelia Earnhardt style. Tank Girl follows Jet Girl's previous orders and contacts Zulu Dobson for help. They meet up at Jet's childhood home, the same one that we saw in the last issue, to find the test tube with the organic psychedelic matter. After the results come in from Zulu's carbon dating device, he decides to interview and create profiles on each of the other characters. That way he can get a sense of where Jet and Subgirl might be stuck in time. And it's Booga who's able to break the case wide open, revealing the whole time that the tarot cards that he was playing with actually predicted and showed us what year Jet and Subgirl are stuck in, and that's Germany, 1944, during World War II. And Zulu breaks into wizard mode and gets to work at this point, using all the data, random parts, and organic material he's gathered up. Zulu whips up an old device to teleport the team to Jet and Subgirl's location. And that's where the issue ends, with the experiment working and placing our main cast in Germany during 1944. So this finally wraps it up, and I hope I got everything in there, because sometimes this is a bonkers story to try to gather and put words to.
Which is funny because normally it is, but as this wasn't as quite as bonkers, but no. you nailed everything. Like you literally nailed everything just now.
Yeah, because I think this and the last issue were probably more tame than the second issue.
The second one was the ridiculous one. That was the super crazy issue.
With the movie, all the gold spending.
Yes.
But yeah, now that it's finally here, it's in our hands. What were your thoughts on this?
I like this issue. I thought it was funny that towards the beginning she asked like how much gold they had left, and he was like, "Yeah, we got one piece of gold, one bar of gold left for each person on the team." And she was like, "We spent all that money already." He's like, "Well, yeah, you know, we did a movie and sports thingy," and then he was like, "And plus, we all got Sundays with it was sprinkles on top."
She's like, yeah, those extra sprinkles will get you.
Yeah, that was hilarious. Probably the top part of the book for me was the section where he put the profiles together.
Oh yes, that was really cool. That's one of the things I love about this book. It's a weird. Because I wrote a review for it on Weird Science, and I put like it's a backdoor approach to storytelling, and a lot of comics you don't see often. This like sort of style.
Yeah, because I compared this to issue 2, where they have the sports
analogies
in the middle,
the rules, yeah.
Yeah, like that's exactly about where it was in that book, and I enjoyed that, of course. I thought it was awesome. They had this poster in here that I'm never going to hang up, but it was still they had posters in here, which was pretty cool too.
Yeah.
But my second favorite high part of the book was the reveal of the cards, which busted everything wide open. But not just the reveal of the cards; it was what Tank Girl's response was to the cards, where she was like, "Oh, she's trapped in this playing card."
Yeah. Yeah, because when I first read it, I mentioned it to her earlier when her and Zulu were coming down to the tank, and she kind of like brushed it off, and I was like, something's about to happen with those cards, and it was pretty cool. Holy shit bags.
It's like it's her, it's Jet Girl. She's disappeared into this bubblegum card.
Bubblegum card, yeah. And yeah, like you said with the poster in the middle, like the presentation of the comic has been so great for this series so far. And it's like the same art team moving forward for now.
Yeah, and they always have all this extra stuff in here for you.
Yeah, like there was a diorama of characters in the last issue.
The posters. I mean, technically, I guess if you also want to include it, you can include the profiles in this issue.
Mm-hmm.
And you could have included the rule book from issue 2, because you could have taken that out and actually had that as like an actual little rule book.
Right. And I love the Barney's profile. Yeah, let's get into some of these profiles. Barney's was probably like the most like off the wall one, which I love about this storytelling, because it's like just so off the wall ideas, but they still tell a dynamic story. But hers just like kind of randomly goes off into her talking to Tank Girl, and she's like trying to pick a fight with her, and just egging her on until Tank Girl finally knocks her out. And Barney's like, "So you want to do table tennis next? Let's go. Come on." That was the only one.
That was a great moment.
That was the only like profile that kind of like went bonkers, which is cool for it being the last one too. Then
it just trailed off. So I should probably tell you about the time and then all of a sudden it's like, "Fight me!"
Right?
He's like, "What is it? What?"
And they got Booga. His ideal day out is Disneyland on acid. And like his it's funny because his profile picture, it's like reminds me of like Archie style. It's like slick back hair, or like Grease, I mean.
And even the girls in the back kind of resemble like an Archie style character.
Yes, and Zulu was a standout character throughout all this. He was the wizard that brought this all together to get the whole cast to World War II.
Yeah.
And he like probably ate some of those psilocybin mushrooms himself when he goes into wizard mode. But yeah, it's definitely an adult book.
Oh yeah,
I think why I like it so much, outside the superhero comics. I love superhero comics, but I'm drawn to like things that are different, especially with the art. The art speaks volumes.
I just forgot about another part that I loved in this book, and the art's part of it, but it was the way that they displayed everything. It was the part where when he went into wizard mode,
mm-hmm.
and he clapped his hands and was like, "You are the element," and then you turn the page, and it's like, "Oh, Tank Girl's earth, Jet Girl's air, Sub Girl's water, and Barney is fire."
Like you're saying, that could easily be another poster right there. Like,
yes, it could. And I was just waiting for them to be like, "Oh yeah," in Booga's heart. Just be like, "What?"
Right.
The Captain Planet team. What?
And then it was so funny at the end when Booga's pissed. He's like, "Where the fuck did they?" Because like they all eat the mushrooms and like stare off to the saturation TVs. Then like that's the whole like thing that Zulu does is she or he. I thought it was a she the whole time, but it actually is a he. The invention that he brings up is what was it called? It was mentioned. Saturation tank. It was actually something I guess in the older series, which was brought back up here. Which I like the way they did that because like for people who didn't know what was going on, Booga was the one that was like kind of like us. He was like, "What is the saturation tank?" And Zulu responds, "Technically you were dead at that time." I was like, "Yeah, I was too because I was not reading the prior stuff." So thank you for explaining that. But yeah, the invention that he makes is they stare off into the saturation TV, eat mushrooms, and that's the teleportation device, and that's how they get around. But I forget my rant where I was going with this. Oh, but Booga, after they all disappear, he's like, where the fuck why are they all gone? Why am I still here? I want to go. He's like, just pissed.
He's like, calm down.
Yeah,
calm down.
He's like, calm down. You chill your kangaroo ass down. Booga, cool your boots. And
he's like Daisy Duke.
Daisy Dukes.
Daisy Duke.
Then that sends them up. That sends Booga off. And then then the panel of Tank Girl waking up, or not really waking up, but looks like she's naked in the middle of World War II in Germany. So
yeah,
this is gonna go. I can't wait for to see where this goes now. And they still left it open because they still have gold.
Exactly.
They didn't spend it. Yep. Because Tank Girl offered it to Zulu, and Zulu was like, "No, I don't. Hold on to that." So that'd be cool if they do explore it again. And I wonder if they'll take a different approach with storytelling next time, or with the next series.
Maybe the next series they'll try to make it like of course it'll be comedic, but maybe it'll be like a World War II drama.
Mm-hmm.
Not drama, obviously, but something similar to that. Like it'll resemble like a World War II movie or something with a Tank Girl twist.
Yeah, what more can we say? I think we've really enjoyed this book throughout so far, and I'm definitely glad it came on my radar for us to discuss.
Yeah, this has been fun. I would have to say I think issue number 2 is still my favorite though.
Yeah, I'm torn between 2 and 3. I really like 3 because it wasn't as off the wall as this was. But there was something special about it.
All right. There was, but for me, 2 was like what I was expecting from reading a Tank Girl comic book, and then more.
And then more, yeah, no doubt. But yeah, man. Can't wait. So yeah, the next one, hopefully, it's, as long as everything is on schedule, will come out in March. And since this miniseries is now wrapped up, what would you rank this? Or not rank, but what would your rating be?
What my rating be? I would give this a solid 8.
Okay.
Wasn't perfect, wasn't terrible. It was definitely something different than what I normally would read, but I had fun with it though. It was fun, and that's the key thing that I wanted from a Tank Girl comic, was I'm expecting it to be fun.
Awesome. Good to hear. I'm going to go with you would think I would go with the 10, but I'm going to go with a 9.5.
What?
Well, overall, the presentation of the book, the storytelling, sometimes it was like at the start of it, I really didn't know what was going on, but once I got into the storytelling aspect of what they were trying to do, and there's just so much more. You know what? I'm going 10.
I was about to say, you want to give it that extra 5. Go ahead and give it a 10.
But there's just so much cool stuff thrown in here throughout the book. Like, you could literally reread this like 5 million times and pick up on little images that all tie some of the other stuff together as well.
Yeah, I believe you tried that. You were in love with this series.
I am. I'm going with the 10. This has been one of my probably once we get to our award show, this will probably be the best miniseries of the year, easily. But awesome, cool. Well, let's move on. We're almost done. We're almost done with this megasode.
Yeah,
It's been a fun one, and we probably got two or three more books to go.
we have one more book to go.
Oh, let's see. I can go on for at least 10 more, probably. But we're going to move on.
That'll bring us to Spider-Woman number 16, which features Dennis Hopeless as writer, Veronica Fish as artist, and Rachel Rosenberg as color artist, and Andy Fish as inking assistant. So then who did the... Okay, that's a little weird. We pick up right where the last issue left off with the Hobgoblin carrying off Porcupine, but Porcupine is so in La La Land after his kiss with Spider-Woman that he kind of fails to realize the danger he's in. Then he quickly realizes that Spider-Woman, even though she's beat up and her motorcycle is beat up, is probably going to come after him to save him. And we find out that she is pretty beat up. She manages to catch up with Hobgoblin and a few of his goons, where they have actually started a tire fire, and he is actually dragging Porcupine around the fire. Spider-Woman swoops in, saves him, manages to take out one of the goons, and gets control of one of the gliders, where she commences to chase the Hobgoblin through the junkyard, where she manages to actually catch Porcupine. But now she has an issue where she is stuck holding the car up while she's getting beat up by the Ringer. The fight continues. They manage to knock Goblin off of his glider, and he decides to take this battle further by pulling out a flame sword. Sorry about that. Now that Spider-Woman and Porcupine are ready to fight, there's a loud explosion, kaboom, and fire, and then out steps Captain Marvel, who is trying to tell Spider-Woman that she doesn't like the way that the relationship is, and she was a little worried about her, and she misses her as a friend. And Captain Marvel was surprised to see Porcupine and Spider-Woman make it out. So she takes out the villains, and then she awkwardly walks away and asks if they could be real friends. She misses their relationship, to which Spider-Woman gives a thumbs up, and we end the issue. With you being a huge Spider-Woman fan and you being responsible for it being on this show, I was first surprised that you even asked me to do it tonight. But I really want to know what your opinion is, especially now that this arc is over.
This arc was wonderful. Man.
I can agree with that.
Man. Dennis Hopeless killed it on this. It's funny because I don't know if we talked off air or if I mentioned it when we were talking to Trevitt, but me being tired, when we spoke about some of the books earlier, because we recorded some of those earlier, I was tired. Some of the books were meh, but this book rejuvenates everything, and I'm feeling good again today, even though my throat's still a little off. But yeah, this arc was great. This issue was wonderful. Porcupine's love letter narration was perfect. The emotions carried over right into this issue right away, and it was amazing for me. The broken bone diagrams when she's riding on the motorcycle and he's describing that. That was awesome. That was awesome. Super awesome touch of art going on there, and the colors again, the highlights of this. When I say highlights, the highlights in the art, really pop off, and I love it. Yeah, it's hard to say, to have any nitpicks really. You got the action still. When she's jumping, she knocks off. Who is it? She knocks off the glider. She knocks one of the dudes off the glider, and she takes it over after
how do you steer this thing?
Yeah, how do you steer this thing? And just before that, she throws the bike, but runs the bike into what's his name? Brim.
I think it is Brim.
Yeah, the bear. But yeah, just good stuff, and we got good amount of Hobgoblin in here. The sword, that was hilarious.
Yes.
It was a very Civil War type thing when they were just kind of Porcupine and Jessica Drew were kind of just sweating it off, ready to fight it out, kind of like when Tony Stark and Captain America were fighting. at the end of Civil War. That was cool. And then you got Captain Marvel coming in to save the day. The action movie, it was a super action movie ending because they're making out, and like you said, Captain Marvel's kind of walking away awkwardly. But it was a well-deserved action movie ending for me.
Yeah, I have to say that I love the ending. Like, Captain Marvel's whole dialogue was hilarious and awesome. The look on her face when she turned around and they're making out, and then her walking away, and then Spider-Woman just giving the thumbs up. Like, that was awesome.
Yeah.
Like, they sold me all the way on that. That I love the way they wrapped up this arc. I love the fact that I got more Hobgoblin. And I got Hobgoblin with a flaming sword also. Even though he didn't get to use it, I got Hobgoblin with a flaming sword.
Oh, it was still perfect, though. It was still so perfect.
Oh, I have to admit, like, I didn't like because I said it before, like, I wasn't sure about the whole relationship they had going on with Spider-Woman and Porcupine, and maybe find a different character for her. But this issue changed my mind on it. It changed my opinion.
Awesome.
I love the face they made when they landed and they realized like they're still alive, and they just looked at each other. And she was like, what was it she said? He said it hurts. Everything hurts. And then she was like, same, want to make out?
Oh, yeah,
and he's like,
yeah.
Yeah. He's like, yeah.
Good stuff.
Like you said, the diagram with showing the broken bones, like, yeah, all of that was just great. This was a great issue. This was a great way to end this arc. They nailed this. This was nailed perfectly for me.
And again, like we were saying in the Flash, how he was like super fatigued and beaten up. Again with Jessica Drew in this issue, like she's been through the ringer, and still kicking ass, like still not,
won't give up.
Won't give up, exactly. And that's why Porcupine is in love with her so much.
Yeah, because he talked about it. He was like, it's not the hair, it's not the yoga pants, it's that fire.
But then he was like, those yoga pants, though.
Those yoga pants, they help.
Help. Good stuff. And I did like the moment when Porcupine was like, I'm not a kind of a gentleman in distress, and kind of gets out of the situation. That was a good little touch. But it's really hard to find anything wrong with this book. And this is probably like the best relationship in the Marvel Universe, I would say.
Up there right now, yeah.
Up there with Jessica Drew and, not Jessica Drew, Jessica Jones and Luke Cage. That's a pretty great relationship.
I would say as of right now, yeah. I would definitely agree with that.
But who knew we would want relationships like this in our comics? Dennis Hopeless, you sold us.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, then really the cliffhanger is the cover to the next next issue. They're back on the road. I'm so excited for that. That's where that's where the series kind of started out, with them going on a road trip. So it's awesome to see they're all back on the road again. Oh, it's gonna be so good.
I know you're happy to see that return to form. Then
this is one of the best. Probably say it all the time. This is one of the best Marvel books ever right now.
You've been touting Spider-Woman like since the beginning of the show.
And I knew about Spider-Woman, but yeah, I just never decided to jump into any of her books. Because I always had Spider-Man or something else to read. But yeah, whatever is going on, I hope this team stays on this book for a while, and I hope it's selling well. I know the January numbers are finally out. I've been meaning to look at those. But yeah, we can gush on for this book probably for another hour.
Yeah, we could. We really could.
It feels like when did this come out last? Was that 2 weeks ago? Or was it?
I do not remember. I think it was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, it seems like it was a shorter time than a month. But good stuff. Cool. Wait, you got anything else for this?
Nope. Loved it. Just loved it. That's all I can say. Can't say it enough.
We got to rate the arc.
I got to rate the arc. I have to be honest, and I would actually give this arc a 10.
Awesome. I would have to go the same, and we already said it. Why? So.
Yeah, like as soon as it was at a point where I was worried about something could be a plot hole or they could misfire with the next issue, they fixed it in the next issue and took care of it. Like so.
Hey, Dan Slott. Oh boy. Well, good stuff. Let's move on to our last 2 books of the night. And that's going to bring us to Iron Doom, number 5. Written by Brian Michael Bendis, art by Alex Maleev, color artists Matt Hollingsworth, and letters Clayton Cowles. So yes, after Victim comes face to face with his believed deceased mother in Latveria in the last issue, this picks up where Doom has teleported Ben Grimm to a medical room on the Shield helicarrier that's hovering above Latveria. And talking to Maria Hill, Ben describes what occurred before he blacked out. And Victor at first doesn't believe it's his mother and attacks. And this is kind of being told through Ben's narrative. This is before he blacks out. So yeah, she tells Victor, she stayed away all this time because of her shame towards Victor, and that now that he's attempting to change his ways, she can finally be proud of him. She saw Ben Grimm as a threat to her son's greatness, and just before Ben can get to the good part of the conversation, this is where he blacks out. And so then the issue jumps to Cambridge University. The Howling Commandos are paying a visit to Amara Piera. To get info on where Doom teleported her, when he took her, whenever he, transported her a few issues back. And, Amara can't really get a break throughout this series so far. And while this conversation is being had, she received a termination letter, during this. And so yes, after the commandos leave, Amara, Victor shows up, he tells her, what happened, after Ben checked out. And this is where we get the rest of the story. So Victor still being heated, Cynthia decides to speak again when he is cooled down, and the issue ends then with Cynthia returning home, looking on to Victor leaving Cambridge, and here it's revealed that off panel she's been talking to the Maker, possibly. That's pretty big.
Yeah.
While I take a sip of water, what were some of your thoughts on this?
Well, I actually missed out on the last couple issues of this series, but I definitely, one of the things I loved about it was I liked the fact that they kind of sort of left you in the dark as to what happened in the previous issue until you got to Ben remembering. I liked the way that we saw it through his eyes.
Played out that way, yep.
Yeah, and then how they kind of did that, where he blacked out and that's where it faded out, and he was kind of like, I know I passed out at the really good part, right? I also enjoyed the fact that Doom decided to pop up again at the end, because the last issue I saw that I read, he had that meeting before where he was talking about this is what I'm going to do, and this is what's going to happen, and it was kind of nice to see him. I don't know exactly why he is so entrusted to her, but I mean, it seems to be that he wants to, he's concerned about her. Has that been a recurring thing throughout the issue so far?
Yeah, he's been trying to kind of help her get back on her feet after he's brought her into this. So,
okay.
Yeah, he wants to, and yeah, because at the end of the issue, he's like, I want to make this right, and that's right before we get to the Maker reveal.
Which is another thing I was going to say. I like the reveal of the Maker, and the whole idea that his mom was saying, like, yeah, she's been alive all these years, but she hasn't come back because he wasn't living up to his potential. And now that he is living up to his potential, she wants to come back and let him know that she's proud of him.
And I love those scenes too, because like when he doesn't trust it. He doesn't trust it at first, and he's like kind of battling it out. And at one point, she's like, she kind of says, "Stop it before I take your toys away from you."
Yes,
that was a good moment, like good mother son moment. So yeah, Bendis played it real well with that. And really speaking of Bendis, real quick, we've been discussing a lot of his books on the show lately, and this is by far my favorite one he's writing right now. I still like Invincible Iron Man, Ironheart, as we're calling it.
Yes.
I still like that one, but I think he loves Doom. He's probably always loved Doom, and now he gets to write him again. So he was like, let's tell a different story. Let's, take what Jonathan Hickman did, kind of turn it upside down a little bit. But again, it's awesome to see that he's playing off of the ending of Secret Wars, because the Maker did die at the end. So at least he's...
Did he?
Or did he, yes. So he's still following... Yeah, because we don't know just yet. We don't really know if it's the Maker. I thought it could be Reed, or 616 Reed, but unless he's like not following continuity, it wouldn't make sense, because Reed is off with his family right now, creating universes. But if it is Reed, I hope he tells a cool spin on it and brings them back, because we want Fantastic Four back.
Yes, bring Fantastic Four back. We're getting so many teases and hints and through other books to just bring them back. Please.
We really are. It's crazy. But yeah, another great part was when Grimm admitted that Doom saved his life. He was like, I can't believe I'm saying this.
Yeah, I know. You can really tell he was really struggling with that.
Yes, he was. But yeah, overall, this has been it's been a slow burn. I know you haven't been following it because we did issue 1, I believe, together.
Yes. That was the last issue I read.
Okay, yeah, and then I kept following it. It's been a slow burn, and I'm glad that 4 issues in, we're here at this point. And Bendis has something to tell us, and I look forward to it.
As do I. I mean, this got me intrigued again in the series.
And Amara is like another, she's the second main focus of the book, it seems like, because he's trusting in her to, there's something that pulls him to her, and obviously he's already messed up her life, so now he has to fix that. So he's trying to work on that as well, and she can't get a break. Like that scene where she gets fired, while she's talking to the Howling Commandos. I'm like, oh, that's rough.
Well, that's why I asked that question, because it's like, I've only read 2 issues now, but, that's a recurring character that's been popping up under the same circumstances where Doom's popping in, talking to her, checking on her.
Mm-hmm.
Keeping her in the loop as to what's going on with him.
And I like the way she's portrayed, too. Like, when Victor goes to visit her, she's almost, like, about to, like, break and, like, cuss him out, but she's like, I gotta hold it together. And then she, like, asks him about, like, what happened with his mother, and then that's where we pick up with the rest of the conversation that they had. And one continuity thing, we've already mentioned this before and previously, is the magic in the Marvel Universe. So that's why it's hard to, it's obviously he's not following some continuity, but he's, other continuity he is. So that would be like my only little nitpick of it all. Is it should be consistent, especially magic, because that's like the biggest thing. That's like one of the biggest continuity things you could, not have or have in the Marvel Universe.
Agreed.
And I wish you would have read I think it was the 3rd issue, because Grimm goes to Latveria to try to find Doom, but instead that's when he comes across his mother, and she just like starts breaking them down in pieces. And like he starts to bleed out.
Well, based off of what they said, that would have had to been the 3rd issue. That was the last issue, right?
Yep. And she's it's funny too, because he's arguing with her like, you need to stop this and let him go. And that's where I believe Doom teleported him onto the ship. I would assume so. But yes, I look forward to seeing where this goes. At some point, we'll get a Ironheart and Doom crossover.
I'm pretty sure we will.
I hope so, at least. But the Maker, though, that's big. That's big.
That's huge.
Yes. So, I mean, and hopefully people who love, Fantastic Four and love Secret Wars are reading this book. Because that would, yeah, that's crazy. I couldn't believe it. So, again, yeah, loving Secret Wars so much. Gotta keep following this. I just now looking at the cover to the next issue. Oh, damn. Have you seen the cover?
Yeah, I was just about to say, like, that cover looks awesome.
You got the Maker, Cynthia, Doom, all entwined in a tree. Holy moly. Love it. Love it. Come on, Fantastic Four. Awesome. Cool. Well, we can move on to our mystery book.
Yes, we can. And that will bring us to our mystery issue for the evening. And this mystery issue is actually going to be, drum roll please, Street Fighter versus Darkstalkers #0. This was a little outside of your realm, correct?
Yes and no. Because some of the news came out last week that Tekken comic was coming out, and we kind of got on the subject of Street Fighter. And then when we got off air, I was like, "Hey, Street Fighter versus Darkstalkers is coming out. Let's do it.
Let's do that." Well, this was written by Matt Molan, with art by Hanzo Steenbeck, and letters by Marshall Dillon. And we pick up this issue with I don't necessarily want to say mysterious, but an evil figure who is actually dining on what appears to be I'm going to guess it was a person at some point.
At some point, yes.
Yes. And we are told by his servant, that he's pretty merciless, but he's not as bad as the previous owner or the previous ruler of the castle. And while he's out there to actually get him a refill of what he want, blood wine, was it?
Yeah, I think so.
The previous owner, which is Judah. Lord Jeddah pops back up and decides to take out his replacement, which he says that all he needs of him is his skull. And then it was revealed when he pops up there that he's accompanied by a friend that he found, who is Gil from Street Fighter 3, which was an interesting choice of people to team him up with. It is then revealed that there are some other elements that they need in order to hatch their master plan. We then flash to Egypt, where we get a shot of Rashid from Street Fighter V. It's one of my favorite characters on Street Fighter V, who was actually Indiana Jones style, running through a pyramid.
Yeah, he is.
It turns out that there's a legend about a pharaoh who had died and then came back to rule his people. And the legend says it was by magic, but Rashid doesn't believe in magic. He thinks it was alien technology. After they find the tomb, the pharaoh does awaken, and a battle ensues between Rashid and the pharaoh. And then some bats come in, and Rashid is actually kidnapped by. You probably had no idea who that was, right?
Lilith.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Yes, that is Lilith. Most people would have mistaken her for Morgana.
Yeah, I thought that at first. I think we talked off air, and you were like, it was the other way around.
Yes. And it turns out that he's was one piece to a puzzle that is needed to unlock whatever this master plan is. And the next piece is going to be Chong Li.
That's a 0 issue for you.
Yeah, that's a 0. That's where we ended.
While it really didn't give us much, besides that, Lord Jeddah is setting up something. He's setting up some kind of battle between the Street Fighters and Darkstalkers, obviously. And I didn't know that guy who's accompanying him is a Street Fighter from number 5. You said?
Yeah, Rashid.
Yeah, or not Rashid.
No, he's
Gil.
from Street Fighter 3. Gil.
Man, he must look, because the name sounds familiar, but
Yeah, he's the boss in Street Fighter 3. When you get to the end, like he's the boss.
Okay, it's been so long since I played any of those games. I mean, and I've always been a big fan, and that's kind of one of the reasons why we decided to do this. Especially with the Tekken news came out, it was perfect. Perfect timing, I thought. But yeah, I would say, while there wasn't much in here, I'm still excited which is weird to say. Like, even though it's hard to like touch on a lot of stuff, it still got me excited to see what's happening with, you know, Lord Jeddah trying to make Chun-Li, you know, evil. I don't know. What were you thinking?
I'm interested to see what this master plan is. I'm definitely interested to see how many more of the Darkstalker characters are going to pop up, but I'm even more interested to see how many Street Fighter characters are going to pop up, because I saw Gil, I'm like, okay, so they're using probably anybody from the first Street Fighter up to 3.
Mm-hmm.
But then I saw Rashid, like, wait a minute, Rashid's like a brand new character, like they're going to use him?
Yeah, I thought it was not odd or strange, but I just found it surprising that they didn't use, you know, characters that everyone universally would know. Because I recognize the Pharaoh from Darkstalkers, you know, Lilith.
Yep.
I kind of recognized Lord Jeddah. I didn't know Rashid. But obviously I knew Chun-Li. Who doesn't know Chun-Li?
Yeah. Well, Rashid is awesome.
He does look familiar, though. I will say that.
Yeah. He was one of the primary characters. I think he might have been the first new character that they wrote out when they started announcing that Street Fighter V was coming out.
Okay. And the art's very 90s, like, animation, cartoon style, you know what I mean?
It's got an anime style to it.
Yeah, I like it.
Which is perfect for both of these properties. And with both of these being owned by Capcom, I'm pretty sure they wanted to keep it, like, in an anime style.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I never
because
heard
even the Street Fighter books are like in an anime style.
Okay.
The new ones.
Yeah, because I hadn't heard of the publisher, Udon. I wasn't familiar with them.
Nor have I. This is my first introduction to them.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's not. I take it back. No, it's not, because they are the ones that I believe that do the Street Fighter books.
Okay. That would make sense. Yeah, I mean, it's really hard because there's not really much to talk about in here besides, obviously, Lord Jeddah setting something up. We have no idea. Some kind of big fight. But, I don't know, it still intrigued me for some reason.
Well, it was a good setup. They set it up good. For a zero issue like this was really set up well.
Kind of bummer we have to wait until April.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It was funny when I brought this home. Did you look at the variant covers in the back?
Yes, it did.
I
expected nothing less.
It was funny. My girl was like paging through it, and she like kind of started from the back, moving forward, and then she saw the one pinup that's like with the big anime boobs. She was like, "What is this?" I was like, "It's a comic book, but don't."
She's like, "What are you guys doing on that show?"
Pretty much. But that Chun-Li variant, though, I would have liked to own that one. That was probably the only one I really liked.
Yeah, this is pretty much, those variants are pretty much what I expect from.
Oh, yeah.
You dealing with anime, that's what I expect.
Good stuff. Yeah, I think we'll end up more than likely talking about issue 1 when that drops.
Yeah, I'd be very interested in doing that.
And we talked off air, but I kind of went to the store, or went to my store a little earlier than you did, because you waited to go to my store, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, it's crazy. I was able to pick up a copy, but by the time you got there, it was sold out, which is saying a lot. I mean, it seems like a lot of people were, really wanting this book, which is good. There's a fan base for it.
Yeah.
So that means you gotta go on Wednesday now when it comes out.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to make that trek to go to where I know it's gonna be at.
I almost got 2 copies, or a few copies, I should say. But I was kind of going over my budget. Yeah. Because this was a big week.
Yes, it was.
Sweet. Yeah, we're excited. So Udon and Capcom, you did a good job of getting us hyped. But now, we're finally done with all the books. And now we're going to move on to the second favorite part of the episode, the rankings. And I think
Dum.
And I think you've probably gone first past 2 times, so I'll go ahead and start us off this week. Ooh, all right. Starting at number 11. Yeah, I'm sorry. I hate to do this to you. Yeah, I really do. But Spider-Gwen, number 17, is at the bottom this week. It's treading waters for me, and I'm not sure exactly where it's going. And I thought the art was really, really off. But yeah, it kind of feels like it's starting to drag a little bit for me. I'm in it to win it. I hope it turns around in the next, we have 2-3 issues left.
I believe so.
Yeah, so hopefully it turns around, in this next 3 issues or 2 issues. But yes, it's not hitting for me yet. But yeah, that's going to be my number 11.
Well, my number 11 is going to be Suicide Squad number 12.
Damn.
And while I did enjoy the story, both parts of it, for me, it was the artwork this week. Like normally artwork, I can let a book pass with artwork, but for me this week, the artwork was just, it took me so out the book.
Oof, yeah.
You're rethinking some life priorities now, aren't you?
I am, and I'm gonna have to switch it up. My number 10's now gonna be Suicide Squad number 12, because I liked the story. I thought was better than the last issue, but the first half of that art was just really bad. Like at one point, you even said, when we got into cyberspace, you're like, I almost closed the book. Like I was
that's the beginning of the book.
I was right there with you when that started to happen. But again, I thought the story was a little better this time around. But I couldn't get over the art. I mean, I'm still wooing about it because it's meh. I know we're getting a new artist soon, so hopefully. Again, our whole complaint this whole time has been breaking the story up instead of having one continuing issue. Story. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I went ahead and changed it up. So what's your number 10?
My number 10 is going to be Justice League of America number 1.
I don't
think this was a good starting point for the JLA. I see why they set the villains up the way they did, but I'm just not feeling it. Like with what we were teased after the Killer Frost number 1.
Do you mean the rebirth? The first rebirth?
No, the Killer Frost. Remember, it was the Killer Frost that had the teaser at the end, like coming soon on Justice League.
Oh no, that was the JLA rebirth.
Oh, you're right. That was JLA rebirth. I'm so sorry.
It's because this issue felt like another rebirth, but kind of written a little more weirder and worse. But yeah, that's
they had to assemble the team.
Yeah, the villain, the Lord Havoc they brought over. Wasn't feeling it. I'm sure he's cool as a character, but this didn't work.
Some of the dialogue.
Yeah, the dialogue. The cell phone guy. My God, that guy deserved to get his cell phone taken. Probably killed too, but I hope he probably died. Yeah, had to have. But yeah, I'm right there with you. JLA number 10. So yeah, that'll bring us to my number 9 then, and that's going to be Elektra number 1. I was already worried when they said that she was going to Las Vegas. And then once we got into the story, I just wasn't feeling it. It was I said action 80s action during Spider-Woman. Done well. It was not done well in Elektra with the dialogue. It was too cheesy. Yeah.
All right. Well, that's funny because my number 9 is also Elektra number 1. Artwork was okay. It took half the book before anything really interesting happened.
Yeah.
Dialogue was a little funny, and even with the reveal of Arcade at the end, like it still wasn't enough for me. Like it didn't do anything for me.
And they could have, because I didn't know who that was. It could have been cool to give an easier hint to get other readers excited. I thought it was a weird approach to bringing them out. I thought.
I didn't have any issue with the reveal because once they revealed them, it made perfect sense because they revealed what the little game was that was going on, and then we reveal Arcade, and that's his thing. is those death trap games.
Gotcha.
So it made sense, but even then it was like, I mean, the rest of the issue, it had an issue itself.
Yeah. No doubt. Sweet. So then, let's see, we're at 8 then, so that changes my list up. So yeah, it's going to be, this week it's going to be Inhumans versus X-Men, number 5. We had a lot of questions after we got done talking about it, and so we're not exactly sure where this is going. There's just a lot being thrown at us, and they have one issue to wrap it up. I mean, you already heard us talk for an hour about it, so but yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's hilarious because my number 8 is also Inhumans versus X-Men number 5. Out of the whole series so far, 6 issues, because yes, I am going to count number 0 as an issue. After 6 issues, this is probably the biggest letdown. I'm not really sure how they're going to wrap this up nicely by the end of the next issue, unless it's giant sized.
Yeah, and even then, hopefully, they do it right and just don't give us a bunch of rubbish in a giant size and make us pay, $5.99 for it. So let's hope on that end. All right, so then that brings us to our number 7s. My number 7 is going to be Action Comics, number 947.
What?
Yeah. This time around again, I think what it is that since I don't have that attachment to Superman, it's not hitting me as hard. But I do like I like the mystery.
That's it. I'm done. I'm done with the show. Bye.
Hey, I think I know what your number 7 is, so I don't want to hear it.
I don't think you do. I don't think you know what my number 7 is.
I have an idea.
But you don't have the attachment with the history.
But yeah, the history. But I do like the mystery of what's going on. I thought this issue was a lot easier for a newer reader like me to kind of jump on and get a better idea of what's at play. And I like getting wrapped up in the speculation and the theories of who is this Superman.
Yeah, I mean that is fun. I can't knock you, like you say, you don't have that attachment. So, and a lot of this stuff seems to be harkening back to one of my favorite storylines. So that's part where my attachment is coming so far with this. But since you think you know what my number 7 is, what do you think my number 7 is?
Infamous Iron Doom.
Spider-Gwen, number 17.
Ooh. Okay.
Yes. While I did love this issue a lot more than the last issue of Spider-Man, because I felt this one actually moved the story along a little bit better than the last issue did. There was just some books this week that I felt were better. This is the area that I'm getting to where this is the area that I'm going to get to where it's going to be harder for me this week to get my top list because everything from here on up, like I really absolutely loved this week.
Yeah, same here.
And so, I mean, there were some key things that happened in this issue that I liked. I love the continuing to build on the relationship that's growing between Miles and Gwen. I love the kind of sort of triangle effect thing going on with Miss Marvel, where you kind of get the hint Miss Marvel really has a thing for Miles. I like the idea that Silk is secretly bouncing back and forth between dimensions, but there was just other stuff this week that unfortunately knocked Spider-Gwen down here to number 7.
Understandable. Cool. Well, that's going to bring us to my number 6, and that's going to be, surprisingly, it's going to be Street Fighters versus Darkstalkers, number 0. Even though, again, we weren't really given too much, but I think that nostalgia, seeing Chun-Li, seeing what this weird, big brawl that we're about to see go down, and it's interesting to see that some of the Street Fighters are on the Darkstalker side, and so I'm just curious. They set it up to make me curious to see what is being set up here, and I look forward to it. I just got to make sure I go every Wednesday to pick it up because it seems it's going to sell out.
Probably so.
It's crazy.
I don't know what is going on with this episode, but my number 6 is actually going to be Street Fighter Darkstalkers number 0.
Hell yeah.
And to piggyback on what you said, a lot of it is I will admit, a lot of it is the nostalgia of it. I remember being a huge Street Fighter fan. I remember liking Darkstalkers when it came out. Not as much as Street Fighter, but I liked it. I played it. I remember watching both animes. Like I still have the Darkstalkers anime. Like I
think I might have watched
the season sitting over here.
Yeah, I forgot that they did that. I think I might have watched like the first season a long time ago when it came out.
They did it. They did it when they did the Street Fighter anime. They were trying to capitalize on those properties. So that's a lot of it. The fact that they chose to use characters from so far 3 and from 5 was really interesting to me.
Yeah, it's probably cool to use more of the wider scope of characters instead of just the first game or you know what I mean, early characters.
Oh yeah, which is awesome. Which they should do for both the Darkstalkers and for the Street Fighter. Like, they shouldn't just limit the Street Fighter. I want to start seeing characters from later Darkstalker games.
Right.
But that's my number 6.
Hell yeah. Cool. Well, that brings us to my number 5. And that's going to be Flash number 17. Why do I feel like I got off? No, I said all the books. Yeah.
Yeah, you're on.
Flash number 17. It was a cool wrap up to the arc. But like you said earlier, there was just so many more books that really came out on the top for me.
Okay, I can respect that. It made it into your top 5, so I can respect that. My number 5 is actually going to be Tank Girl Gold number 4. This was awesome. I've liked the Gold series so far. Out of the whole series, this is probably my second favorite issue. Funny moments, good little, jokes, visual jokes here and there. Love how they jam-pack the comic with stuff. Like, if you were the type of person, which I'm not going to tear these posters out of this comic. But if I was, they're there for me to do.
Yeah, you wouldn't have an issue at that point.
Yeah, I would. I'd have no issue making this into a no issue. But yeah, this was awesome, funny, and it's definitely got me interested to see what's going to happen in the next series.
No doubt.
Well, my number 4 is actually going to be Infamous Iron Doom, number 5. While I did like this, even though I've been out a few issues, it wasn't quite enough for me to rank it any higher than 4. But the fact that I've been gone for 2 issues and can jump back in this issue, and it superseded some of these other books I've already named, says a lot. I like the artwork. I like the dialogue and the banter between him and his mother. I like the reveal at the end. I like Ben Grimm's flashback. Like, I like a lot of things about this book. So that's why this gets a solid number 4 for me.
Nice. Yeah, this is where it gets tricky for me. Oh, boy. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to stick with it, with what I got. I'm probably going to regret it later. But number 3 is going to be Tank Girl Gold, number 4. Yeah, you would have thought this would probably be my number 1 because I've been on this book and loving it so hard.
Oh, no, I know what your number 1 is.
But yeah,
I already know what it is.
Again, the excitement was still there. I thought it wrapped up. Again, the art's always great. Storytelling, the weird backdoor dynamic approach is amazing. And it has me excited to see, what weird things they're going to get into in Germany 1944. And that's all I can really say that I haven't said about Tank Girl.
All right. Well, this is the era where I'm probably going to start getting some hate. But my number 3 is actually going to be Spider-Woman number 16. Love this arc. I love this issue for the way that it wrapped it up. I feel like this is one of the few issues where we got to the end of the arc and the last issue wrapped it up perfectly. It didn't necessarily tease at the next arc.
There's no Omega woman coming out.
Nope. There's no Omega issues after this. There's no tie-ins. There's no plot holes with the story that they told. Everything was solid, wrapped up neat with a bow, and set under the Christmas tree by the time that this book was over. So I would definitely give this a 3. And I would actually, now that the whole series is complete, I'm probably going to go back and reread the whole series just straight.
Oh, yeah, easily.
I'm going to read the whole arc straight.
Might get some teardrops.
Might.
It's an emotional ride. Sweet, awesome. I'm glad it made your number 3. Cool. So I'll bring us to my number 2, and it's going to be Spider-Woman number 16.
Oh my goodness, I don't know what's going on anymore. So I was sure that was going to be your number 1.
It was close. It was real close. Yeah, it's again like everything you said pretty much. It just wrapped up perfectly. And there's no bad issues throughout this whole entire arc. You know, even you were skeptical at first because you were like, I need more Goblin, and we got Goblin with a flaming sword.
A flaming sword. I'm not even mad he didn't use it. I'm not mad he didn't get to use
Not
it
at
just
all.
because he came out with like, I'm about to impale you on my flaming sword. Like, that was awesome.
He was like, the glider didn't work, so I got the sword now. But yeah, again, like you said, I definitely am gonna go back and read it all. And the road trip, they're back on the road. I mean, I can't wait. This again, one of the best Marvel series out there. But what's your number 2, my friend?
My number 2 is going to be Action Comics number 974.
947, you mean?
No, 974.
Oh, is it 974?
It's 974.
Yeah, I'm off. I'm going back in time.
I love this issue. It managed to raise a lot more questions from 973. It definitely has me anxious to see who this other Clark Kent is. It has me anxious to see what's going on with Hank Henshaw. Curious as to what's going to happen with Superwoman. I'm just curious all around with this issue. Really curious at the fact that they showed some of the key moments in Superman's life. One being the death of Superman when Doomsday appeared, because that's the pre-New 52 Doomsday. So I'm definitely on board for when the Superman Reborn comes out,
which we will be covering next week.
Oh yes, Oh yes.
Awesome, cool. That brings us to my number 1. No surprise, it's going to be Infamous Iron Doom number 5. This issue was great. Again, you've already heard enough. I talked about Iron Doom a lot during this episode, but again, it's one of the issues that's continuing from Secret Wars. I like the way that Bendis is portraying Doom, giving him a reason to try and be good. The interaction between him and his mother were great. Her at one point saying, settle down before I kind of take your toys away from you. Some great dialogue in there, and the reveal of the Maker alone makes the top of the list. Like I said, with everything being involved with Secret Wars, I'm hyped for this book. But it's crazy that it came out on top over Spider-Woman, because I really love both of these books this week. I love a lot of these books, but I guess not a lot, half of the list. But yeah. Pick of the week for Ryan.
All right. Well, my pick, obviously no surprise to anybody at this point, is going to be The Flash number 17. Yet again, another book where I feel that even though they did, kind of tease and lead into what the next little mini arc is probably going to be before the button, I like the way this is wrapped up. I like the dialogue between Captain Cold and the Flash. I actually like his inner monologue at the end when he's talking about why he's a hero and what puts a smile on his face. I like the shift between the Golden Glider we normally know and the Golden Glider who's like, you know what, let's just kill Flash and be done with it.
Yeah.
Yes, I like the fact that they showed a glimmer of hope in Captain Cold, even though at the end he's like, I'm going to use my intelligence to be the crime boss of Central City. But lastly, and probably most importantly, I love that Paper Cut got demolished at the end.
Yes, that's probably the only reason it made your number 1, really.
Oh yeah, yep. That was it. Everything else I just said, yeah, that was garbage. It was just the fact that
Paper Cut got his. Well deserved.
Yeah.
Well deserved. Awesome, cool. That was the rankings this week. Again, it's definitely the second favorite part, because we sometimes argue and sometimes have the right list. It's been a while since we had spot on because it's probably been, a few weeks since we had a spot-on ranking list together.
I think we've had one episode where we had, a spot on. Each one was the exact same rank. But this is one of the closer ones we got. We had a bunch of books that were in the same spot.
Yeah, no doubt. Cool. What honorable mentions you got in this week?
I only managed to get one in because, as anybody listening to this episode can hear, we did a ton of reading this week. I managed to get in The Amazing Spider-Man number 24, which is a Clone Conspiracy tie-in, which kind of made me a little less upset at the ending of Clone Conspiracy. But, yeah, it wasn't terrible, but it made me a lot less upset than I was.
Okay. Right on. Sweet. So yeah, what did I get in this week? So I got in Harbinger, Valiant, Harbinger Renegades, number 4. Kind of wrapping up the arc because the next issue doesn't come out until July. It's kind of a bummer, but hopefully there's something. I believe there's something that's going to be tying in before we get to the next arc. So it was okay though. I also read Valiant Divinity 3. Continuing that series, only one issue left in that mini-series. Things are starting to ramp up. It's a cool little weird timeline. Russian, kind of taking over the entire world storyline. Some good stuff in there. And then also got, keeping it with Valiant, I read Valiant High, number 1. It's a digital, what is that company called? Comixology. It's a Comixology digital release for Valiant, and it's like Archie meets the weirder Valiant universe, but with a different spin on it. It's really cool. It's just a fun, all the Valiant characters are in high school. So if you're a Valiant fan or not, you can this is one of the issues you can just give to anyone. And, they'll just have fun reading it, though it doesn't tie into anything. It's just, a separate little thing. Definitely recommend it. But the last book is The Visitor from Dark Horse. It's The Visitor, How and Why He Stayed. It's a character who's been on Hellboy's Earth, the entire time watching him. So it's a new character, and we're seeing it from the Visitor's eyes. Of this transformation, of Hellboy and his adventures. So the first issue was okay. It has me intrigued to see where it goes, and it was an enjoyable issue though. But yeah, on top of the crazy reading, I somehow found a way to read some of these books.
Yeah, I don't know how you did that, but bravo to you.
Yeah, but good stuff. We love comics. Awesome. Well, cool, everyone. That's episode 22. We're going to be back next week with episode 23. I know, we've been talking throughout the episode, we got a lighter week, I think. We could choose 10 books again if we wanted to. But we'll see. We might need a little break.
Yeah, we want to get a little breather before we jump into the next event.
Yeah, before end of March comes and April and all that jazz. But awesome. Well, cool. Again, thank you everyone for listening. Again, our Talking Legion episode 3 is going to be out, and also our Movie Corner Dread 3D is already out. So yeah, definitely go check those out. And if you like what you hear, give us feedback. We've got some feedback from a few people so far, so we greatly appreciate it. But yeah, until then, here's what we're talking about next week. Next week, we'll be discussing Batman number 18, Harley Quinn number 15, Superman number 18, Judge Dredd Annual number 1, Champions number 6. James Bond, The Black Box, number 1, and Spider-Man Homecoming Prelude, number 1.